Begging.
Well, no, he did it. Well, hi,
did it.
everyone.
Oh my
Welcome
God.
back to the Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Nothing inappropriate was said at the start of this stream. I am your whimsical DM, Victoria, and before we get started with tonight's session, where definitely nobody's going to get attacked or die, I'm not going to use the word I promise, but, you know, we're going to do some announcements and stuff and a recap. Don't look at me like that. Kristy, help. do the announcements.
Good evening, and welcome to the show. Now, here's a word from our sponsors. Little Dragon Core is a Canadian-based dice company that supplies all kinds of cool tabletop gear. I mean, look at all these pretty dicey boys. Head on over to littledragoncorp.com and enter the coupon code BONUS for 15% off your order. That's BONUS. Cardboard Castle Games is a brick-and-mortar game store local to Evans, Georgia. They have a wide selection of tabletop gaming and other cool games like Magic the Gathering, Pokemon cards, and even Yu-Gi-Oh! You can visit them in-store and let them know that we sent you, or you can go visit their website at cardboardcastlegames.com. Also, big thanks to Sirenscape for the amazing atmospheric sounds and music. You can add these sounds and more to your game when you download the Sirenscape desktop or mobile app. The app is free and comes with 20 sound sets that are included to get you started. You don't even need to register. Go to Sirenscape.com to find out more. Thanks as well to Adrian Von Ziegler for providing some additional music that we use here on Thursday nights. He's a talented composer with great content usage rights, so go check out his YouTube and Patreon and support him if you can. Please check out our other games. We stream almost every day here at Probo. We have games for several of the major published 5e modules as well as homebrew games, and some of our games feature systems other than 5e, like Star Wars, Power Rangers, and Alien. Come watch all of our VODs over on our YouTube. You can also follow us on Twitter and Facebook. Don't forget, you can also support the channel by following, by subscribing, remembering to click the bell notification so you never miss another live stream, using channel emotes, and if you're an Amazon Prime user, you get a free subscription to Twitch every month. Thanks again to all of our sponsors for supporting Proficiency Bonus. And now, back to the show.
Wow, we're back. Thank you, Kristy, for doing those announcements. Yay!
Yay!
And now we're gonna do a recap by, unless anybody else wants to do it, I'm assuming it's gonna be the resident daily recapper, or weekly recapper, Inc.
Yeah. So last time on Wild Beyond the Witchlight, okay, I'm gonna stop that voice
God.
now. The party investigated the tracks that were left by the chariot pulled by the owl bear named Juniper to try and see if they could figure out what happened to the original rider. Tracking back a few hours, I think, the party was able to note that a very, very large creature had descended upon the rider, most likely eating him from the sky. This seemed possibly to line up with the broken branches of a creature that they had originally thought jumped up into the sky beforehand, and everyone was able to sort of put two and two together that it would seem that a large part of this forest may in fact be the hunting ground for a dragon. And not a wormling this time, a considerable, possibly adult dragon. Not wanting to linger, they decided to go back in the other direction, making their way towards a landmark that Clover had pointed out some time ago. A sort of large rock with a keyhole-like carving out of it that was spewing a bit of a spotlight of light. They are able to follow the flow of the river, and in their travels, Aurum sees what looks to be a horse that has fallen into the river and looks like it is starting to drown. Wanting to save it, he dove in, but as it turned out, he was in fact the prey to a deceptive Kelpie. And a battle ensued, resulting in most of the party having to fight off the Kelpie in the water, while Ego tried to defend stilts from a group of tree blights and needle blights that attacked from the tree line. It ended up getting a bit dicey for Ego, though, when the Kelpie's song lured the wizard into the water, and she does not swim very well, and began to drown. Thanks to a breath of life from Aurum, however, and a few decisive strikes from some of the party members, Ego was able to teleport to shore safely, and the party was able to kind of come back together and rest after almost meeting a very, very scary watery doom. And I believe it is right there where we pick up after that combat.
That is true.
On the shores of the river.
Yes, that is true. And Ink and Kristy, you may take D6 Bardic Inspirations for your contributions to the stream. Thank you very much. Yes, I do believe we left off with Ego having a fun little quip of I know pretty good source of firewood kind of thing, like now, because you have all of these like plant creature corpses around. But yeah, you find yourselves on the shores once again of this large river at the point where it forks. You can see that like stony outcropping with like the little keyhole in it is basically on the opposite side of this fork, like kind of in between the two tines, and you guys are like coming from like the one piece that like goes in, and then there's two that branch off.
Yeah, so it's like, so we're coming from the bottom here, and it's
like over. So there's a pretty, and like this, because they all converge here, as I mentioned in the previous session, the water is pretty rough because it's all different like speeds of flow from these two rivers meeting and then becoming a third. And it's pretty wide. But you guys know that Juniper and Clapperclaw were, when you left them, safely stowed back up on the like higher trail that seems to follow along the river. And yeah, you are on the banks of the waters here. You're alive.
Well, at the end of the fight, was the seaweed kelp still alive and pulling down, or was it just attached?
It did not have life, like animation, causing Ego to be pulled in. However, because the Kelpie is basically a being made of kelp, and then lives in kelp, and like seaweed, where it ends and just the mundane aquatic plants begin, it kind of is a flow. And so Ego was caught in like partially the corpse of the Kelpie, if you would call it a corpse, and actual kelp that just happened to be there that she was thrashing around in and got tangled up on.
Could I swim down and see if there's any like belongings that may have been dropped here before?
Like other victims?
Other victims?
Yeah, you can. You can do that. It's gonna... So you do have a swim speed, so you will be able to get there at, like, regular speed. You just need to make a strength check for me, like an athletics check, to see, basically, like, if you can get there directly and, like, keep your spot while you're looking.
Okay. Oh, no, I didn't open my character sheet. What have I done?
This is my new 9/11.
Oh my god.
I assure you, this is worse.
18.
Okay.
Tragedy.
Yeah, so... What the heck? Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, you are able to get there pretty quick and like keep yourself steady. Roll me an investigation check to search through the kelp.
Uh, 15 minus 2 for 13.
Okay. 1 second, please. Whoops, I don't want that. I want this. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting some stuff on here for you.
I should have asked if I could do this earlier so that you would have been prepared for it. I apologize.
No, that's okay. I should have been prepared for it in the first place. Okay. That I literally just rolled the same thing twice on a D100.
Whoa.
Weird.
69?
Okay, so
No? Yeah.
no, sorry. And I need to roll one of these.
Same thing again?
No, but
Oh.
okay, I need to roll another thing now.
God
Oh, that's-
damn.
Defender Greatsword coming our way.
That'd be crazy.
This was me realizing when I attacked my players with about 22 gnolls that I had to roll loot for 22 gnolls.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. Okay. Oh my god, there's so many tables of them. Okay. So while you're down there, the first thing that you find is this leather pouch that feels like when you're kind of grabbing it, like it kind of feels like it's maybe full of like rocks or stones.
Right.
And then oh my god.
I must have hit the jackpot or something.
I was gonna say, are we about to get like paid?
Kinda. Okay. Gee, okay, now I rolled something that I have to like do some very specific filtering on D&D Beyond right now, so you gotta give me a second.
Deck of many things.
So,
No.
you
Oh god.
are not going to be within 10 miles of the deck
Kristy
of
will
many
break character.
goddamn things.
And come into like the world of Witchlight and steal it from Aurum, like Kristy the person.
And I'm upset because Ink is deathly afraid of the deck of many things. Ego would love that.
Would love
bitch.
that, yeah.
Every time it's popped up in a campaign in my lifetime, I have pulled cards from it. I am not scared.
I've never been confident enough to drop it.
I mean, I would do it. I just don't want to do it right now. It's just not the right
No.
spot for it.
But did you roll it though?
No, I didn't.
No, you gotta wait for the new book all about the deck of many things to come out. So
Oh,
you
wait,
can get all the
that's a
extra
thing?
stuff.
Yep.
There's a
The
It's
Deck of Many
about-
Things book, yeah.
yeah. You get to learn who made it. Who made the deck
Oh.
of many
Uh-huh.
things. And,
Oh shit, I didn't know
And
that.
And they add a bunch of like creatures and like there's still like a lot of stuff.
Oh.
yep. There's a new faction of like undead or something that like are all people that have died from using the deck of many things.
I love that. I love that a lot.
Oh wow. Okay. So we've got that. we've
Wizards
got
of
that.
the Coast sponsor us, I guess.
That'd be
Just thought
crazy.
about it.
That'd
And
be
then
Just manifested it. It's fine.
hold on. One final thing.
Hasbro, I know you're based in my state.
as bro.
Be a Hasbro.
Yeah.
Be a Hasbro. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Jason Bourne.
I'm so excited for what happened, what we've unearthed.
Yeah. Okay. So holy moly. You guys ole mole. And then let me come so you find this bag of like rocks. Okay. You also, while you are down there, find a collection of about like 4 what we're gonna call trinkets. We can roll to see what they are. If each of you wants to roll a D100, I'll tell you the 4 things that Aurum pulls. But for ease of record keeping, 4 trinkets.
Okay.
Um,
Let's see. I can write these if someone else wants.
yeah,
Let me
so
go to backpack.
yeah, so there should be the loot tab or the loot channel if you want to do it there. There's a bag of stones, question mark, you have to open it to see what's in it. 4 trinkets. You find this like there's a lot of corpses down here and like shards of bone that have been like picked clean of flesh. And you find this like there's like this bag that seems to be attached to this body that was pretty like thick leather and hasn't quite been shredded all the way open. Within it you find like pulp of paper that has largely just been completely destroyed. But you do find this like long, thin like case that seems to be made of like very like tight, fine wood.
Scroll case.
Yeah, oh my god, it's almost like it might be a scroll case. You also find that there is this like bottle of like this shimmering red liquid. And the bottle's like it's like a decent size. Like it's like a more ornate than regular bottle. And then finally, while you're digging through, you find like in like kind of wrapped around like the what was once a neck of a corpse that's gotten kind of tangled is this like necklace. And it has this gem on the end of it. And it's like this bright green, almost like glowing, perfectly circular, perfectly cut, like emerald. And it just has this like faint glow to it. And it's like pretty hefty.
I like the necklace. I'll grab everything and put it in my pants because that's the safest spot at the moment.
Okay.
Was the emerald on the necklace, or was it a necklace and an emerald?
It was like the emerald is kind of like attached to the necklace.
You got it. Okay.
So then yeah, as far as the trinkets, you find a teacup made from a varnished mushroom cap that magically keeps its liquid contents lukewarm. You find I'm gonna put that there's a piece of orange parchment that has miraculously stayed intact under the water here. And it is folded intricately to the point that it looks like a knight astride a unicorn. You also find a piece of parchment that probably didn't decay because it's just covered in like crayon drawings. That's very clearly a child's drawing of this like hulking, terrifying blue creature with like black eyes and like a toothy terrible wide grin hovering over it. And then I think I need one more roll from Graph if you care, or I can roll for you.
This is me if you even care.
This is me if you even care. This is me as a baby, and it's just the little thing.
What roll am I making?
D100.
32.
And then the other trinket that you find is a little thimble that helps you daydream when you wear it on your thumb.
Aw. Don puts it on his thumb and nothing happens. Starts daydreaming about taxes. This thing fucking sucks.
Hey guys, I found some stuff.
And I just censored because technically none of you know what the creature is, but for the sake of that's the direct description of this trinket. Technically, it's an oni. None of you know what an oni is, so it's just a child's drawing.
Sure. Ego is probably kindly requesting Dawn help pile up the needle blights so that I can set them on fire. So
Yeah.
it's just sort of like I'm in the middle because I don't have my curse anymore. So I've put some sticks, but the bodies are on top, and I'm in the middle of snapping my finger like a lighter to make a little flame over my thumb to light them on fire, and it's oh.
I got stuff. I'll take the wooden case out of my pants. I found this. Oh gosh, there's a bag of rocks, but it's down by my ankle. Here's the bag of rocks. I found this necklace. I put it on because I thought it looked cool.
Clover, are any of these magical? I can identify them if they are.
I'll activate my detect magic with my eyes. Cat eyes narrow and kind of do a reflective glow.
Yeah, so you would get a ping on this potion bottle.
Oh yeah, the potion bottle too. Oh, they're cool.
That one I think would be I think a lot of healing magic is either necromancy or abjuration.
Right.
Evocation for some
Or evocation,
reason.
something like that. Yeah, it's
Oh my god, fake fan. It's evocation magic.
I don't
Everyone
know.
knows that.
Oh my
okay, unless you do
God,
the
stop.
vampiric ones where it's necromancy, you poo-poo
That's
head.
because
True.
it's taking life from someone else.
Oh, stop it. Hush you.
No.
Listen, here's the thing. Healing word is evocation, but
That's
cure
correct.
wounds is not. Wait, it is? Why didn't
Is
that
it-
show
Yeah,
up?
it
Oh,
is.
yeah, it is. It is. Okay. I get fucked up.
Ha! You killed him! You killed him!
Got him.
He stood up to you.
The beast is demonic in nature. Very
Oh my
icky.
god.
Very icky, yeah.
Very icky.
That's what you get!
So, yeah, the potion gives off, evocation magic. The emerald on, necklace, I want to say that one gives off conjuration. And
Okay.
the scroll... Hold on. Well, yeah, the conjuration and the scroll... Buddy. Oh my god, please. D&D Beyond is really taking a long time to go through the spell list right now.
I'm gonna grab my...
No.
Unacceptable.
Grab- Camera. Are you alive? I don't know if you died or
Graph
not.
camera.
Oh, right.
Gamma.
It's ew.
Sorry, it's taking fucking forever.
What about the bag of rocks?
The bag of rocks is not giving off magic.
Sometimes a bag of rocks is just a bag of rocks.
What's in the bag of rocks? Is it gems?
Do you open it?
Yeah.
The scroll case gives off abjuration magic. Like the thing that's inside of it, not the case itself.
Right.
When you open your little bag of rocks, of course where's the tab? You find, I gotta roll so many again. Oh Jesus, why did the music just get like...
Oh, rocks! You open the bag of rocks and...
Why does it sound like the Lion King?
Oh my gosh, you know what it is? It's a bag of rock choir.
Oh no.
Wow.
So, you find in that, a transparent, like, pale blue gemstone. God damn. You find there's this, like, stone that's kind of translucent and is, like, has these stripes of, like, brown through it. Please. Oh my god.
It's giving Dovahking?
There's this, like, opaque stone that's this very, like, pale blue-green color. I mean, this is that Cyrodiil song. There's also, this stone that's, like, this kind of opaque mix of light and dark blue with yellow flecks in it. And this one stone that's kind of like translucent and has this like streak of like a golden center in the middle of it. I'm gonna drop all of those descriptions.
Oh, I was typing them as you were speaking them.
That's crazy. Okay.
You got the good rocks.
I did get the good rocks. Magic's wooden stick. Magic necklace. Magic potion.
I can almost guarantee that there's probably some kind of magical scroll in that case.
Yeah, it's in the case, not the actual scroll that's magical.
Oh. Since we're making camp, if you would like, I can try and figure out what these other items are.
Are we going to sleep here? Or are we going to sleep there? I'm pointing at the thing across the river.
I'm worried that could not... We might find more trouble there. We could keep moving. But...
I don't mind resting.
I almost drowned to death.
Yeah, maybe we should at
yeah.
least rest here.
I'm a bit out of juice.
Plus, we would have to swim across, right? Or fly across, in my case.
You'd have to figure out a way across for sure.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know how we're gonna get Juniper across.
Right, we need to go get Juniper and we need to go get Clapperclaw.
Mm-hmm. I'll go get them. I'll go fly up and bring them back.
So they're like up on like the road. In order to get Juniper to where you are, you would have to like either off-road the chariot or take her out of the yoke.
Yeah, we could take her out of the yoke.
What if I drag the chariot across the water with you guys in it?
I'm not sure it'll
Thoughts?
float, but it's an idea we can try tomorrow. How about we rest? I think we're all a little tired and we'll think about ideas across tonight.
All right.
That's an idea we can put on the table.
Okay.
So you guys cannot have your weird dreams again.
Probably.
I don't have weird dreams.
Yeah, I'll go fly up and tell Clapperclaw to go down, and I'll start unhooking her from Juniper from the yoke.
Okay.
The chariot.
Yeah, it takes you. Well, actually, I feel like Clover is familiar with beasts of burden from her random jobs that she does in the village because it's a farming village. So the specific owl bear shape it takes some getting used to, but you're probably pretty good at getting animals in and out of their harnesses and tack. So it doesn't take you too long. Clapper Claw will meander on down and it just starts talking. He's like, you were gone for kind of a little while. Oh, you're all wet. What happened? Did you go swimming? I don't think I've ever been swimming, but I feel like I'd be pretty good at it because I'm just filled with straw and I would probably float.
Away.
Well, maybe if I held onto a giant stick and then I used the stick to push off of things and steer, then I could get through the water, and then maybe I could find a kindly fish that would guide me through the water, and we could go on adventures and ride around.
Use Clapperclaw as a boat.
Do you all like swimming?
I like swimming.
I don't know how to swim.
Oh, I don't know how to swim either. I don't think I used to before. I certainly don't remember how to now. Whoa, that water looks really rough. Do you think it would, if you stood in the middle of it, it would help make you clean? If you're all dirty?
Water does do that.
What if I just went in, a little bit?
I don't think it's a good idea.
It's deeper than you think.
Oh,
we were attacked by monsters.
Monsters? Oh, I don't want to get attacked by monsters.
I look at the big pile of bugs.
I don't want you to get attacked by monsters either, seeing as you're the only person who knows jack squat about this place.
Why does that stick have a face?
It was mad?
Wow.
I
don't want to get eaten by monsters.
I'm thinking you're literally a skull on a scarecrow, but I guess skulls inherently have faces.
Gotcha there. The Clapper Claw will chit chat with the group of you as if nothing is wrong because he has no idea what all has just transpired.
I will do my best to focus on some identification rituals while he's talking.
Yeah, I feel like normally you kind of like the din, the drone of hearing people talking, and there was something very soothing about listening to Clapper Claw and Sir Talavar, who for some reason now you just feel a little angry when you think about Sir Talavar. But right now, you're still coming down from just raw survival. So yeah, it's probably a little bit grating. It's probably harder to tune him out. But you can do it. It just takes you a couple minutes to center and focus. And are you casting Identify on everything? All the magic things?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. So,
sit down next to you and stare into your eyes as you...
What do you start with?
I'm a little selfish. I would like to start with the scroll, yeah.
Yeah, and the scroll inside is pristine. Very, very fine vellum, and the ink that is has been used on it has this faint shimmer to it. It's just a very high quality scroll, the likes of which you have maybe only seen a handful of times. And roll me a history check or an arcana check super quick.
History or arcana? Okay. I'm gonna go with arcana, my little wizard ass. 23.
Yeah, so I asked you to do that because this spell has a name. like a proper name in it. This is a scroll of Mordenkainen's private sanctum, and I ask you for that roll because you actually are familiar with the name Mordenkainen, as your mother would occasionally tell you about particularly powerful spellcasters, mostly as like, like these people, like, they engage in wizardry, but we have real work to do. But like, here are the there's the spell that this person made. So you would know that Mordenkainen is like a very renowned archmage, however you would like to say that. And he's from this realm that's called I think it's pronounced Earth, but it's spelled Oerth. And he's actually known to be quite prolific when it comes to the creation of spells. He was probably one of the few, like, people who have a spell named after them that your mother was like, okay, he did some useful things. He was still, like...
Got mama's respect, okay.
He was still, like, like a fucking wizard. He wasn't necessarily, like, a witch the way that we are. But he was known to be, like, very prolific at creating spells, and somebody who went on, like, many adventures and visited many planes of existence and realms, and, like, studied a lot and contributed a lot to arcane knowledge. Let's see.
Yeah. This is exactly what Ego loves. Ego's like, oh man, okay, powerful magics. Let's go.
And he is like, I feel like your mother probably would even have conjured you like an image of him, and he's like such a classic, like, creepy looking wizard. Like, he was this like hawk-faced, permanently scowling guy with this very penetrating gaze, and like he had this like little goatee and like mustache, this very like high collared robe, bald head, and was known to be like kind of like very like independent, did not tolerate fools, and I think that's also part of where your mom was like, okay, yeah, like he didn't fuck around with people that were like time wasters. But yeah, he had been to like many different realms of existence. He's known to create several incredibly powerful magic items that are like almost like mythic, like legendary artifacts, basically. And it's also, you'd also probably know, because that was a really good roll, that he had even been to some very like lands of like darkness and suffering, and had like been in a place known as Barovia that your mother warned you about as being like haunted by like vampires, basically like the original vampire. I feel like your mother would have told you about that because it's weird and cool, and that there's
those
like
were my bedtime stories.
Yeah, that there was this like incredibly like powerful magic created in this place known as Barovia, all because of this man known as Strahd, this like dark lord whose power of like vampirism was born out of like love twisted into like hatred and malice and like possessiveness, and like how his emotions were so soured that it basically elevated him to borderline godhood and made him like the first vampire. And I feel like there's maybe there's a little something about that story of somebody whose like negative emotions like created incredible power that kind of like, you're like, that's weird.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Ego like goes on just a little mind journey just looking at this scroll and forgets to say what the scroll is as they like basically, yeah, like one memory triggers another, and it's like, oh yeah, and she told me all these stories, and like there are really powerful mages and it takes until someone's like, Aurum, because Aurum's like watching me, like my eyes have glossed over, and then it's like, what?
Oh,
well, what's this?
Circle.
I'm holding the
Oh,
gem.
the necklace.
Yeah. What's this? I can't. I guess I could take it off.
Circle. Yeah, sorry. This is a scroll of ancient magical power, but I can go look at your necklace.
Oh my god, a car just like zoomed down the street.
La 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 la. Tell me about this old gemstone, please.
I know you know what he looks like, but I'm putting that in our little chat with you and I regardless.
I love him. He's such a
guy.
He really looks like I don't agree with his politics. And he has a
Oh
podcast.
no, he's like he's got like really weird fringe politics that like only 3 other people in the world are members of his subreddit, but they're like aggressive about it.
He does look like a Redditor as well, yeah.
Not even a Redditor, he's on like 4chan, like
oh, because I was gonna say he's on like r/spells and curses.
Yeah. So the gem is something known as an elemental gem. This is an elemental emerald. You get the sense that if you were to crush this gem, you would be able to conjure forth a being made of like pure elemental energy, specifically water.
Oh, I always forget that the green is fucking water.
I know. The blue is air.
Air.
The yellow is earth.
Okay. Ego will say it would seem that a creature is bound to this gem. Not something that you need to be concerned about necessarily. It's not like someone trapped inside. It's bound to a elemental. The color would denote, strangely, not earth, but water. Which makes sense. You found it in a river. If you go to crush this gem in your hand with intention, it should crumble easily and create such a being, which will be under your command, at least for a time.
That's a lot.
A temporary ally.
That's a lot to think about.
It makes angry water that will listen to you for a bit.
Not as cool as I thought it was. Hey, little cat, you want this?
Am I coming back down?
You want this necklace?
Yeah, you would definitely have gotten back down by now with Juniper.
Okay. Sure you don't want it?
No.
Why? It's pretty. Looks good on you.
I'm gonna break it on accident.
Oh no, don't break it.
You have to break it with intention.
Why?
Otherwise, it is a gemstone. Well, if you don't want it to break, then it won't break. It's magical.
I'll take it if you guys are gonna argue about who gets it.
I mean,
I don't want it.
if somebody else wants it, I think it's pretty.
Girl, if you want it, just say you want to use it. You don't have to, be selfless all the time. You can just say you want things.
Ooh.
I think she goes quiet and doesn't say anything to that.
I believe I had to be holding it right to identify it, so I will just hang it over. What's funny is that you're so
like
small,
huge.
so this necklace.
It's like the Flava Flav clock necklace.
Yeah, you got a big old. At the very least, if someone tries to shoot you with an arrow, you have a good chance of deflecting it with the gemstone.
Damn, nobody needed this.
It's actually for you a breastplate.
It's just a breastplate.
Yeah.
Oh, I love
Then
that.
if you take another 10-11 minutes to identify the potion, this is a potion of greater healing. And
A restorative potion. One that is greater than others that you may be familiar with.
Cool.
Don holds out his hand.
That's fair.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Literally no one argues that.
No.
Is there anything else any of you would like to do? Or anything you would like to say?
I will start setting up my tent. I'll go through the bag of holding and set up my tent.
Yeah.
And I believe mine is like a 4-person tent because I used to live in that thing.
Yeah, you did used to live in that thing. Let's see.
That is true. Yeah, you've got a nice, big, fancy
She's
tent.
got like the suite. She's got like the big like tent that like a fantasy military commander would have with like a little banner. No, it's not that nice. I'm sorry.
Not that
It's
nice.
not
She
it's-
couldn't
it's-
afford that back then. There's no way it was that nice. It
Yeah,
was
no.
big, but not that nice.
Glamping.
Glamping.
I'm just sleep on the ground somewhere.
You have a 2-person tent.
Do I?
Yes.
Okay.
I looked in your inventory. It is 2-person.
Noted.
But it doesn't become nighttime, and the weather's pretty nice here. So
Yeah, I was about to say, can I get a sizable log or piece of wood from nearby?
yeah, there's trees everywhere.
It's an endless forest.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, you can find all kinds of pieces of wood.
Yeah, I think as a part of Don's long rest, he's probably going to just do some wood carving to pass the time.
Aw.
Yeah, sure. You can definitely do that.
Gonna carve it into a horse.
Oh.
Horse Plinko.
Rip stilts.
R.I.P.
Stilts will be fine. I just need another scroll of fine steed. So dramatic.
I'm probably going to bed because she's a little rough.
Yeah.
Around the edges. Yeah.
Aurum's splayed out on the ground,
Mm-hmm.
snoring.
I'll put a blanket
I
over him.
Ego's probably gonna have some trouble going to sleep. Like, I know it's good to sleep, restore my magic, but the last time I went to sleep really sucked, and I don't want to have dreams anymore. Honestly.
Yeah.
I don't like them. They're no longer fun. So I don't know who would be the second to last person awake. But
it
Ego
seems like it
probably
would be-
hasn't like gone to lay down.
It might be you and Dawn, if Dawn's gonna do some wood carving first.
Yeah, he's gonna make a horse.
Okay. Then Ego basically never seems to leave to go like find somewhere to sleep. They're just staying by the bonfire. Got that knees to chest kind of thing.
Are you just gonna stay up all night?
Maybe.
You can't do that. I know you're, a weird forest creature who knows nothing but the depths of despair, but even despair takes naps.
Even despair takes naps.
I will regain my energy from feeding on the darkness. That
Somehow-
is totally obvious. That is like a lie. They can't do
Yeah.
that.
Don was going to say somehow. I feel like if you could do that, you would have been doing it by now.
I've been working on it, but I didn't perfect it. I don't want to go to sleep.
Because you're gonna have more bad dreams.
Yes, it's either everyone in my dreams hates me and tells me to go away, or they cry, or my mother tells me, and reminds me of my mistakes. So either way, I'm quite done with it. And I also worry that if people keep being mean to me in my dreams, I'm going to start being mean back. and I don't think that they're just dreams.
Well, one, yeah, I am starting to doubt they're just dreams, all things considered. Which, by the way, if they're not, your mom kind of fucking sucks, but that's a whole talk for later.
I don't expect you to understand. Your family is completely different from mine.
I think you are overstating how different our families are. We're both full-blooded Fae, you and I. I think you ignore that fact a little bit more than you should.
You don't associate with the Fae.
Just because I don't
You live in the deep water.
Water deep?
Yes, and you do paperwork, and you wear suits, and you talk to normal people. You don't get it.
No, but everyone else in my family seems to get it, and let me tell you, they do not live in Waterdeep or care about taxes or anything of the nature, and yet they don't make me feel like shit except for for anything that I do, except for maybe the fact that I won't get settled down.
You're a satyr. It's supposed to be about whimsy and merriment and joy and laughter. That's not what we do. We are the other side, the counterbalance.
Sure, but shouldn't being the counterbalance also be enjoyable?
I did enjoy it. I was being taught magics, the likes of which normal people could only hope to ask for from a hag. I was going to be powerful. I am going to be powerful.
Well, you'd think if someone would spend their entire life teaching you ancient magics and honing your power, they wouldn't want to make you hate yourself, yeah? Have you ever considered... Sorry, just think about it for a second. Have you ever considered that these dreams are just her getting back at you for breaking her rules? Her weird, inane rules that you don't know the true meaning of?
Well, it was that I had to stay with her so that she could keep me under control to keep everyone safe. That was what the rule was.
Right. A rule that you didn't know the meaning of, or anything like that, because...
Because she said I wasn't ready to know. I don't know. You tell a child not to do something and then they want to do it more.
Well, don't you think she just sort of locked you in some sort of self-fulfilling prophecy where you were bound to fail regardless?
I don't know.
Think about it like this. If she told you and then told you not to do it, you want to do it more, you eventually break the rule. If she doesn't tell you, you don't know that you're doing something wrong, you eventually break the rule. Either way, you break the rule, and now she's mad at you. So what's the point of the rule existing? It's kind of like a curse. No matter what you do, you always end up being on the wrong side.
Well, maybe. I mean, she says we went through cycles. That she's taken care of me over and over and over again, but that this time was the only time that I broke the rule. That this time was different. I was good every other time, so she says.
Or maybe you were just ignorant.
Well,
maybe she kept a closer watch on you.
Well,
maybe the only one who's at fault for you breaking her rules is her, for not being there to enforce them.
It's very easy to look at somebody else and their situation and just say, oh, well, you know, this person is wrong. But you don't really know. You didn't live my life. And if you're just saying that it was always her and her rules and she's bad, you need to be wrong.
Why?
Because she's the only family I have. If you're not wrong, then that means that no one actually cared about me. She wasn't my birth mother. Someone gave me up. Drow, maybe. That's what they say I look like. So they didn't want me. She at least wanted me. She was teaching me things. She was making me better. So if what you're saying is right, then nobody wanted me.
I think he kind of like sighs a little bit, and says, well, I can't really comfort you there, and if it's true, it would suck. But the truth is, you can always be wanted by someone later. You aren't defined by whatever, you know, fucked up shit happened in your past. Unless you, like, killed someone in cold blood. But that's separate. You aren't defined for things in your past that you can't control. How about that?
Okay.
We don't have to talk about how sucky I think your mom is anymore tonight, because I know that makes you mad and defensive, and I'm not really good at emotional conversations anyway. But I will say, logically, why would you ever blame a child for messing up? That's kind of what kids do. They don't have the mental capacity to understand the weight of mistakes. Growing into an adult is being allowed to make mistakes and learn from them. Otherwise, you just end up spoiled and underdeveloped. And an anxious mess.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yes.
Want to see a horse?
Yeah.
Roll, so you're proficient in woodcarver's tools?
Yeah.
Okay, roll me, a woodcarver tools check. Obviously add your proficiency bonus, and, We will do dexterity for this one.
Oh, shit. Okay. Dexterity. So that's a 0. Plus 21.
Yeah. It's pretty good. It's the horse is not quite done, but like the shape is definitely there. And like more detailed than you would expect, because I'm not sure, has Dawn ever wood carved in front of everybody before?
No.
Yeah, this is very unexpected. The features that are in there are like almost like perfect from the few horses that you have probably encountered, mainly stilts.
He looks really good.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at carving horses. And most other things.
All right.
Go to bed. Smacks them on the back of the head. And if you're mad because every single time you run into things you make them cry, just, dream about running into one of us. Then at least if we start crying, it will be funny.
Fine. But I'm using you as a pillow because you're soft.
I'm not soft.
I mean, is your armor on or is it off?
No, he probably takes his armor off to go to sleep because he is not one of those he's not one of those people who is like, oh, I sleep in my armor.
I would just say, like, I personally do not think that you can actually, like, long rest in plate armor. You would take a point of exhaustion. Like, maybe you get the benefits of a long rest, but you still take a point of exhaustion.
Bro does not
Yeah.
do that.
So I'm gonna sit back to back with you then.
Yeah, Ego, you sleep I think is still slow to come, but you eventually slowly feel yourself drifting off into the darkness as you hear the creaking of wood and trees, the rhythmic carving sound made by Dawn's carving knife against this wood that he has, comforted by the sound of Aurum's snoring that he definitely does, and just hearing the gentle trickling of, well, really it's not so gentle here, it's it's definitely more robust water flow, and occasional bird song and creatures making little sounds. It's oddly like home. It's not home, but even if your relationship with the beginnings of your life are strained right now, there's still that innate comfort of falling asleep in the forest that you perhaps didn't know that your body really needed. It's like if somebody from New York City that grew up there their whole life, going back after being in the country. You just need the din of the taxis and the people yelling and
yeah.
But yeah, sleep eventually takes you. What is on your mind when you go to sleep? Are you taking Dawn's advice?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of either. You know what? No, because it's him, and he's got a super big family, so I'm thinking about his super big, stupid, slutty family.
Whoa!
Oh wow! You love it.
I'm thinking about because I'm trying to think of how many of your family members I've met.
A
few.
I think you've met almost all of his sisters. Almost all of them were at the carnival, and his parents.
Yeah.
And his nieces and nephews, because a lot of his older sisters have babies already.
Yeah, so I'm thinking of them.
Okay. Let me pull up something real quick. I'm gonna need...
I'm gonna make your family well, I don't know, maybe satyrs are too happy.
They start welling up with tears and they're like, shit, what the fuck is this? Oh well, nothing that some alcohol can't...
I'm gonna need a D100 roll from Clover, or not a D100, D8 from Clover. And just out for curiosity's sake, can I get a D8 roll as well from Ego?
8. I add my D6 to it to break out of the confines of the of the table.
No!
I'm running free in the dreamscape.
2.
Okay, we're gonna take a quick little 5-10 minute break in this spot if that's cool with everybody.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna go a little bit late tonight because we started a little bit late tonight, if that's all right with all of you.
Yeah.
But regardless, we're gonna take a break right now. So we'll be back in 5-10 minutes after we hydrate.
Yeah.
Yippee!
BRB, fam. back.
We are back. Welcome back to the Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Let's get right on into it. Yeah, some folks are sleeping, except for Dawn at this particular point in time. So, we rolled some dice. We're gonna see if some things happen. Which they do, because they always do. So, let's do ego first, and see. So ego, you go to sleep, and you're kind of thinking about like Dawn's family and like kind of like just them being like rowdy, their own rowdy selves. It was kind of like the vibe, like yeah. So. You drift to sleep, and when you wake up, you notice that there is this, like, you're just, like, surrounded by this, like, faint, like, kind of, like, golden white light, because there's these very, very long, like, tall, like, grassy stalks all around you, and you're, like, laying in, like, warm, dark earth, like, surrounded by all of these little plants, and you can see faintly through these grasses, which you realize now are stalks of golden wheat, that there's a bright blue sky above you.
Oh. This one's pretty nice. I'll sit up. As always now, I make sure, like, am I me? Or do I have, like, weird body parts or anything like that?
You look down and you see your little black sheepy legs. You look at your hands and you have your one little white fish scale finger. You look around at the rest of your body. You have that little cattail that's coming out above your cheeks.
That one.
And then there's that little, you've had this little feeling of something like twitching on your back ever since you made your deal with Karma, but there's like something kind of twitching back there.
Oh, yeah, you know what? Sorry, I totally forgot because I was drowning to death.
Yeah, you were.
Can I give myself a little reach around and
you do, and like you feel this sort of like membrane along your back and like very thin, delicate bones. It's almost like there was, I feel like the best way to describe this is like a fetal wing. Like it's a fetus's wing. Like it's a membrane that is taking the shape of a wing, but it has not fully separated from the rest of the body. So if you were to be looking at your back, it's like you could see the bone
against my back.
Yeah, you could like see like the bone of like of like a bat's wing along your back. And, like, part of it is, like, coming off, but part of, like, the skin, especially, like, on the lower part of the wing, like, that like, membrane is, like, still attached to your back.
Oh, that's such a...
And there's, like, the little claws at the end of a bat wing are, like, sticking out a little bit.
Oh, my God. I'm lucky that I'm not actually this character. I'm such a picker.
Yeah,
oh my goodness, this would be such a, like, I would just be scratching up my back. Okay. Ego's probably like, Karma.
Yeah, but it's just the one little, like a little bat wing, like a stunted, half-formed bat wing.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna try and get a look over this wheat. Could I maybe really quickly just make a floating disc and just climb up on it and see if I can get a bit of height, like a step stool?
Yeah, you could. One point of note for, well, okay, so two things. One, how's Ego feeling right now?
Oh, I think, well, see, now that you ask it, now it changes. Like, I feel like right when a dream starts, you're kind of just in the middle of already doing things.
Yeah.
So you, like, forget. And I feel like now as I'm, like, getting up, I'm thinking about that whole talk with Dawn. Now I'm like, I mean, I'm feeling multiple things at once, right? I'm like
Mhm.
mad, I'm scared,
Mhm.
about the implications of whether or not Dawn is right about my mother, which also leads me to more anger and sadness about what that relationship might be.
Mhm.
I'm trying to focus on the happiness of Dawn's family, but I keep thinking about how all of my friends have happier families than me, so it's probably mostly still anger.
Yeah, you do notice when you're doing your little body scan, you do still have like that rib cage of thorns, and like as you kind of have these thoughts like flitting through your mind, specifically the negative ones, you do feel the little thorns like dig and pinch into your skin a little bit.
Oh, God, I've got so many things going on with my body.
You
I
do.
love
You
it.
said to me before we started this game to
Yes.
do weird shit to your character's body, so here you go.
Yeah. I'm really getting it. Yeah.
But yeah,
So
you can cast a floating disc. It just kind of happens because it's a dream. Like 1 minute it's not there, and then you just are standing on it and it's there.
cool.
But yeah, it's a good thing you did that because the wheat here is quite tall. It's standing like 6 feet tall. But I think a floating disc would get you just over that. Like
Just
with
over it,
your
yeah.
height and the disc's height, you have like a 6 inches to a foot, I think, right?
I'm so the floating disc floats 3 feet off the ground, and I'm about 4'10", I think.
Yeah, so you've got like a good foot. Your head is above the wheat, and you're looking out, and it's like looking out. Ego's never seen the sea, so I don't think Ego ever would have seen the sea. So you don't see a sea of wheat. You just see this like endless field with like this ever so slight like slope to it here and there. And as the wind, that is like, it's warm, but it has the tiniest little chill of autumn to it. Like blows through the wheat. You watch as like the tops of them like roll and shimmer all along this field, and it stretches out further than you can see. But as you look around, you do see that on one side there is an end to the field, and there is like a little collection of modest homes. A few of them seem to be like built into trees. Others are a bit more like similar to like the village that you saw a little bit of here and there, like proper structures with like 4 walls. But you can see those there, and you can hear, now that you're up above the wheat, you can hear like a little bit of music and a little bit of like chatter and laughter from like a crowd of people.
Oh, it's so pretty and nice here. If I go there, they're gonna get upset, and I'm gonna ruin their day. I think Ego stays in the wheat field for a while, but is like, I just feel like she's just become so interested in other people. I don't think I'm gonna try and get closer to observe them from afar so that maybe I don't ruin everything.
Okay, how close do you want to get?
Maybe just until, I mean, if I can hear them from here, just until I can like see individual people, maybe like from behind a building or something.
Okay. Yeah, you would probably have to get up to like this side of all of those buildings to see. What you come upon is sort of like a commune, like a little compound kind of thing, of all of these different structures that dozens of satyrs are like coming in and out of. And in like the center of this area, because they're all sort of like forming this almost like a ring, and then kind of just like organically spreading out from there with these like pathways that then lead to the center of the ring, is this large gathering space. There's a big wooden stage that is built into the space there. There are like long tables, and you literally just see like dozens of satyrs. Most of them have like fiery curly orange hair. A couple of them have that like strawberry blonde, a couple brunettes, but most of them have that like very characteristic red hair that you recall from seeing Dawn's family, like from his sister. And this group of satyrs is just like they're just like having a little function. Like they're having a little get together. They're just like they're cooking, they're playing music, like they're hanging out. They're gossiping, having fun, dancing, and there's just like a whole group of them that you can see there. You do see Dawn's father, Zeus, is on this little stage playing his mandolin, and it seems that God, there's so many sisters.
Calliope, Cleo, Erato,
yeah. So
Thalia,
Euterpe is
Europe.
one of the Euterpe is the one who she is like a very skilled satyr step dancer. Which is like the Irish step dance, but very, very vertical. And you can see that she is like dancing there in a group. And Thalia is there. She has like a little trumpet and is playing music and dancing. Like all of the sisters most of the sisters are there. They have like all of their little children. I would say like,
the way I've been writing down Dawn's family members as I meet them, so I know them all.
Yeah, so there you see one of his older sisters, Erato, is there. She has like 5 kids already, and like she is very clearly expecting a child. You see Dawn's mother is there sitting at a table kind of off to the side, and like actually seems to be like conversing with like one satyr there specifically, and is like just like the very big like gesticulating like while she's talking so loud. But you see this whole group of them, and they're just like eating food. It smells amazing. This music has this like beautiful, like very upbeat, like foot tapper. It's hard not to like be like, yeah, that's like good stuff. And you sit and watch, and this like party unfolds there before your eyes. You said you were kind of trying not to get noticed, so roll me a stealth check.
21.
Damn it.
Okay.
I cast Silvery Barbs.
I guess Silvery Bar. Okay. Let me see another thing.
If no one sees me, I will say I do have something that I will do because I can't help myself.
Nobody in this big crowd can see you. What is your passive perception?
It's only 12. I'm not the most wisdomous. It's almost like I'm easily influenced by people that lie to me.
Okay. Yeah. Nobody that's in that big crowd of people seems to notice you. You also don't notice anything out of the ordinary beyond like what I have described.
Okay. You said that there are some of these buildings that are like actual little structures, right?
Yeah, you're probably like kind of peeking out from behind like a quaint like small but very clearly like lovingly built by hand like 2-story cottage that's there, very made out of like like still very like earthen materials that are not super processed. Like they may be made out of like big stones or like kind of more like cabin like with logs, but you're probably like standing up against one peeking out.
Okay. I'm taking advantage of extra dream spell slots.
Go for it.
I'm gonna Misty Step up onto the roof. If there's like one of those little chimney stacks up there, I will kind of hide behind that so that I can sit and listen to the music and draw them. But the way that you're reacting, I'm wondering if someone is on the roof.
I love that you did that. I love that you went to the roof. So yeah, you poof on
hop
up there, and what does your Misty Step look like? I think the Misty Step that happened previously was very much influenced by like survival mechanics of your thorns, like pulling you out. What does your Misty Step look like as you would cast it? with your little.
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. The shadows that fall over my face naturally because of my wide-brimmed hat take over my whole body, and my whole body sinks into shadow, and it leaves the hat, and the hat goes flying like a frisbee over to where I am, and I get sucked out of my own hat like a rabbit.
I love that for you. Yeah, but you're able to poof on up to the roof. It's like that thatched roof with like layers of, I think it's like straw basically. But there is like a little chimney stack that you're able to get up, and like you can settle down in the straw and take out your book and start drawing. And you don't quite notice until this person is like basically right up on you, and you hear like a little child's voice. What are you drawing?
Fireball to
I
child.
go, just, I show, it's probably like just in the beginning stages. It's like this multi-layered, gosh, it's so hard to capture a like a satyr party. So I feel like it's one of those, I forget the name of the guy, but the one that made those like giant wall-sized paintings, just all the, like the one that he's got like the Garden of Delights or whatever, where he just drew so many like
Hieronymus
little...
Bosch?
Bosch, yes.
Or is it that his
so
name,
it's like,
right?
Yes, I think that you totally just got that. One of those big, yeah. The Garden of Earth. Yeah, Garden of Earthly Delights. Yes, high five,
Yes.
art history. Yeah,
I just
so it's like just
like
one
his
of those. I could have described it as it's a Where's Waldo of satyrs.
Yeah,
but,
that's
it's just
valid.
it's this big. It's the only, so normally Ego works like in the book's dimensions with like a nice vertical composition. This is probably the first time that Ego has turned it sideways to make it a landscape, and it's all just these little scenes. So, it's satyrs eating, satyrs playing music. I think this is mostly a family gathering, so I'm gonna hope that there isn't any satyr fornicating in this one. So it's mostly just merriment and drinking, but who knows?
It's pretty tame.
Okay.
I think from your vantage point, there might be
There
like
is one
people,
doing a keg
like,
stand though in my drawing.
Oh yeah, and they're doing it in real life. There's probably like people who go behind like a house or go into the outhouse, but you can leave them out if you so choose. But yeah, you hear this voice that's like, "What are you drawing?" And you like turn to show it, and you find yourself looking into a set of like big blue eyes that are like just like shimmering at your drawing. And there is this little girl who has like close cropped like strawberry blonde hair. Her face is like covered in scrapes and bandages, and she's actually like holding like a little pit of painters like tool, like brushes, and like a little thing of like watercolor paint. The paints you get when you're like a kid, like the watercolors in art class, like those.
Yeah.
And she's like holding like a canvas and is like looking at what you're doing.
I'll show her the drawing and I'll go, "You also like art?"
Yeah, I really love painting. I sometimes kind of like to climb up on the roof because you can just like see so many colors from up here. Yeah. What's your name?
I have a couple. Pick a number 1 through 3.
3, so it has company.
Then you can call me Adelbrand.
Adelbrand. I'm Urania. It's nice to meet you. If my mom asks you where I am, I'm not up here. If my brother Adonis asks you where I am, I'm not up here. I'm painting on the ground, very safe, and there's nobody else, and there's nothing to worry about, and I'm totally safe. Do you want to paint? Do you want to draw together?
Yes, I do. I know your brother Adonis.
He's so boring. like at least like when all of my other like cousins and siblings and aunts and uncles and grandparents and great grandparents and great 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 grandparents try to like talk to me, like they at least like ask me about like cool like stuff, you know, like what are you like learning about at Seder school, or like you know, what are your hobbies, like, you know, what are all the things you like to do. But every time Adonis comes home, he's always just telling me about like taxes and about how I need to start something called like a 400 and something like J, and telling me that I should think about getting a job soon. But I'm like, I mean, like, I'm 10, I guess I could get a job, but I don't really want to have a job.
Right. Well, how about this? We'll have a little secret art session together. If someone asks me about you, I didn't see you. If someone asks you about me, you didn't see me. Hmm?
Well, somebody kind of already told me that someone like you might be coming, but it's fine. And then you came up here, and I was like, I didn't think that he was going to be right, because I have a lot of cousins. I know all of them. I don't know him.
Is he a satyr?
Mm-hmm.
Sam. All right. Well, if any of your family ask, we'll make a promise we have a secret.
Pinky promise.
I'll go with my not fish, Pinky.
Yeah, and she will pinky promise you.
When I do it, I go, lest the shadows take us both if we break our word.
Lest the shadows break us both with our word.
Close enough, I'm sure. You're a child.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm like still holding her pinky. The shadows will not break you. No, just
The shadows
we
will not
won't break our
you.
word.
We won't break our word.
Okay, I think we've made a very different pact, but that's okay. I think you're fine. Can you tell me something about your brother?
Maybe.
The boring one. Just so we know
Maybe.
which one we're talking about.
What do you want to know?
I simply want to know if he is someone who tells the truth or someone who tells lies.
Ugh. He, like, is kind of... Listen, like, yeah, he tells the truth, like, way too much, because then, you know, like, if somebody is doing something, like, having a good time and having fun, and, yeah, maybe you probably shouldn't try to jump from this roof to that roof to the other to see if you can do it, but it's worth a shot, because you'll never know if you don't try. But then, if he sees it happening, he tells you to get down, or you're gonna break your face, and, like, might, like, tell on me or something. Not because, like, he wants to stop me, but just because he just, like, I think he kind of, like, I don't know, he just, like, always wants to follow the rules. And then, I can't have fun and paint up here because he has to tell me about, like, my savings account or something. And, like, which college I should go to. I don't want to go to college. I want to paint. I want to become the world's first high-jumping painter.
You can go to college to learn how to paint.
But so he is someone, regardless of whether he's a spoil sport. I don't think we're arguing that. But he is someone who generally is a good judge of what is right.
I mean, I don't know, like, anytime that he comes home and, he tells mom that she needs to stop having kids and that my older sisters need to, like, have jobs and, like, you know, support themselves and, like, maybe go to college, and that, you know, that's, like, the responsible thing to do. They always say that he's wrong and that he needs to follow his heart and he needs to go on some dates and maybe find somebody special. So, I don't know, my sisters don't really, I don't think they really agree with what he's saying. Like, I mean, Thalia really just, like, wants to be able to, like, become a dancer, and Euterpe wants to become a dancer too, and, like, they don't really think that he's, like, you know, they don't really think that what he's saying is true, but I feel like there's no way that someone would just talk about, like, a bank rule and filing your taxes as an independent connector something, and just talk about it that much and be lying about it.
The words that you are saying to me, child, are lost upon me.
They're
But
lost upon me.
Okay. Well, it sounds like... Honestly, it sounds like he's kind of the black sheep of the family.
Black sheep of the... What is that? What do you mean? He's not...
Well,
he doesn't really like people to see, but his hair's actually red, and he has, like... He has satyr legs! And he has horns! Mom gets so sad that he would... You know, he kind of cuts him down.
As in, when there is a herd of sheep, most of them have white wool, but then there's one that's different from the rest that has black wool. But I mean, like he's actually colored differently, like he acts differently.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know any other satyrs that do the kinds of things that he does. I think if he were to talk about, like, the bank enough, to, like, all of my cousins, he could probably put everybody to sleep. It would probably be, like, a really good bedtime story, because everybody would fall asleep so fast.
Well, you are definitely very smart, and you know a lot of things. So they want him to find a partner, have a family. Is there someone who wants him like that?
We want to, like, have a family?
Who likes him?
Oh my gosh, there's so many people. Every single time that he's had plans to come home, or, well, yeah, I guess they're not really plans, because it's my mom and my dad begging him to come home, and then he says he'll think about it, but then he says he can't because he took on extra work at the bank and has to stay late. But every single time they've been trying to get him set up, because my mom is so cool. My mom is a matchmaker for all the satyrs in this whole area, and they come from really far away, and even people that aren't satyrs, they come and they tell my mom about themselves, and she can help figure out who is a good person or good people for you to be together and make babies. And you know, she always has lots of people on her list that she talks to, and then she thinks that they're a good match for my brother, but he never comes home. And anytime she says that she's gonna set them up, most of the time, he just kind of is like, I'm not interested in that. Like, he doesn't really have time for that because he has to file papers. His briefcase is too heavy to put a partner in it.
Thank you for your answers. I will... Do you want something in return? I mean, we're gonna draw together. Did you want something else? How are you feeling right now?
I'm kind of hungry. Do you have any, like, candy or anything?
I don't think I have any candy. You're not sad?
No, I think I'm hungry. I think I have to pee a little bit. But I'm having a lot of fun talking to you and telling you about Adonis. And it's always fun to watch my family have a party, because I like to draw them too.
Well, I don't think I have any candy. Do you like carrots? I happened upon okay.
I hate eating vegetables. Adonis says I'm supposed to eat those too because all my teeth are gonna rot out, but I don't see what's wrong with eating cakes and candies all day. That's what all my older sisters bring me all the time.
How about... Let me think here. Do you Um, do you like telling jokes?
Mm,
No,
mm.
wait, you're a child. I probably shouldn't give you this.
What? Give me what? Well, now, what? Give me what? Come on. Give me
I
what?
just happen to have a book of really dirty jokes, kinds of, the kind of jokes that only adults tell.
I'm so grown up. I'm like the most grown up of everybody that's here. I'll have you know, I'm 10 years old.
Wow. You're not in the single digits anymore.
Exactly. And I'm a really good reader. And I'm a really good painter too. Look. And she like turns her like little painting around, and she's kind of drawn like more of like the wheat field behind her. She's for a 10-year-old a very good like impressionist style painter.
Oh, wow. Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, how about this? I think that you're pretty cool. I like you. Especially because you seem to not be sad around me.
Why would I be sad around you?
No reason. So, I'm going to... We can finish our drawings today. I would like to draw with you more. So,
okay.
I'm going to, because I haven't done this yet, I'm going to take out some of my hair and make a token. And I'm going to put it in the book of dirty jokes. And I'm going to give it to her.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait to read these. Sometimes my dad says like really inappropriate jokes. And pretty much everybody laughs at it except for that, like, sometimes Adonis says that he shouldn't be talking like that in front of everybody.
Be careful, do not direct this at only one person. It will cast a spell that will psychically damage their brain.
Wait, really?
But don't!
Okay, but like,
only
next
do
time...
it like on a stage.
Okay, but like, if you Turpy like, pulls my hair, sometimes we kind of like get in fights. You know, like, and if I get in a fight with her, and she's pulling my hair, and I'm like, trying to like pull her hair, can I just like say one of the jokes to her?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
That sounds worth a little bit of
Can I say one of the jokes to Adonis next time he comes around and tries to tell me about my Roth IRA? I don't even know who Roth IRA is.
I have no idea who Rathira is either. Sure. I feel like if I said no, I can't stop you.
Probably not.
You guys are fucking.
He'll be fine. Like, I feel like he has so many big thoughts in his
your family
brain.
Against you.
He has like so many big thoughts in his
smart.
brain. So what? How could it even really hurt him?
Yeah. Also, as far as I know, he's really tough. He works in the city.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah. I think that it's going to take more than some silly words to bring him down.
Yeah, that's true. We don't really go into the city a lot. It's just like a whole big hassle, and then like, Dad needs to go and look up the list of all of the like sightseeing places to go, and then like everybody like wants to walk because they don't want to have to pay to get one of those drays through the city because it's they don't it's like they spend money on it, and it always makes my hooves hurt afterward. And like the one time that we went there, my other big brother got really, really crazy in a bar, and he got kicked out, and there was a really big fight. So we don't really go to the city a lot.
You remind me of someone maybe it's just children. You remind me of someone I know named Clapperclaw. You would get along, maybe. I don't know. Do you like boys?
Weird. Boys are like kind of annoying.
Okay. Valid.
Usually they think
that's
that they're
okay,
like faster and stronger than me, and so then I have to race them. And I'll race everyone. I'll race every boy, and I'm faster than all of them. I can jump higher than all of them, and I'll also win in fights too.
Yes.
Look! And she holds up her knuckles are like all skinned.
Oh my. Okay,
Go.
yeah. I have my mother told me that women are very deadly. So let's finish our drawings.
Yeah,
and we'll show each other when we're done.
Okay. I'm gonna face that way. Can I sit behind you?
Yes.
And
and
in a position very similar to the one that you fell asleep in, she will try to go back to you.
But now I'm the bigger one because she's a child. Maybe.
That's
or we're
true.
the same size.
She's pretty lanky. She's like at that like a lot of girls once they reach that like 10, 12 age they get long.
That's true. They do.
That's where they get long. So she's pretty leggy.
In my big drawing, I will add her into it, drawing on painting on one of the roofs.
Yeah, but she'll set down her like little tray of like little like paint pots there, and we'll continue her drawing. And it reminds you, I think it actually might remind you a little bit of the Feywild, like when you look at her drawing versus looking at the wheat field, because like the wheat field itself is this beautiful golden color. And, like, you can feel this, like, early autumn air blowing against your skin, and in the far distance are these deep green trees, but when you look at the painting that she has done, because it's that impressionist style, there's, like, even more color and, like, texture in what she has painted, and it just feels more alive. Like, it just feels like more when you look at it. And then you see, Oh, go ahead.
No, I totally get it. I'm literally back in art school.
Yeah, I know, yeah. You look at her, when she's finished, she'll, like, show you her painting, and you actually notice, like, at the bottom of it, like, on one corner, on, like, the roof, she's drawn, like, the tip of, like, a little witch hat that's, like, kind of slanting over, like, near one of the roofs. And then you see, actually, in part of the wheat, there's, like, something in her painting emerging from the wheat.
What's that? What'd you paint there?
It's a unicorn.
Is there a unicorn out there?
Look. She'll point to the field. And you see, standing at the edge of the wheat field is a silvery, white-haired unicorn that is just standing there with these big dark eyes staring at you.
Oh.
You hear a little giggle. And Urania's not there anymore, and you're not sitting on a roof anymore. You're standing at the top of like a slope in the forest. And you're looking down at this large lake with like a still mirror-like surface, and standing within this lake is the silvery white unicorn with big dark eyes. And it looks up at you. You see, like, a single little tear rolls down from its eye, and you wake up.
Bro, I made a unicorn cry!
Good, that's what those fucking horse-adjacent bastards deserve.
As a point of clarity...
Why didn't you come to me when I was new? Why do you come to me now when I'm this?
It's, the unicorn was, like a good, 50... to 100 feet down, pretty far in the distance. Like, you were, kind of looking down at this, little, mountain crater kind of lake.
Oh, yeah. I will say, for most of these, dreams, I imagine them as sort of, a 2D animated show. And you know how 2D animated shows, they'll cut to a shot of a hyper-detailed face?
Mm-hmm.
I imagined seeing
with,
the
the eyelash.
Yeah, I imagine seeing the unicorn from a distance in like a nice 2D animated style, and then it zoomed in on its face, and it's a hyper realistic horse with a tear.
Yeah. But yeah, you start awake for like a little bit there, but you can fall asleep easy enough, and you find yourself back in dreams.
Pretty good. His family is pretty good.
Yeah. Clover. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, you're good.
Because that was that
was adorable.
That triggered some things. You fall asleep in your tent, and I think you two find familiarity in this setup because it's like, you're like looking back up at your tent, and your mom is. I don't think Ego has given back mom's picture yet, right?
Oh no! Remember, I slipped it into her bag.
Yeah, but she hasn't
right.
found it yet. I rolled for it. She's gonna find it in the morning. She's not gonna find it before she goes to bed.
Yeah, so mom's picture is not there. So something just does feel like it's missing, but you're back in your tent, and whatever horrible things have happened to you, you know that this is your sanctuary, small as it may be, and quite humble. But you drift off to sleep. You probably, like, Luna, like, does the thing that Axel will do, where he'll, like, walk all over, and, like, she's making, like, little biscuits all over you, like, on the tit, directly
on the tits. Always on the tits.
And then, like, she'll settle down on your left thigh, and it's just, you just feel her, like, purring, like, the vibration of her, like, whole body just, like, is very comforting and warm.
I think I purr back. I think she triggers me to start purring, and we fall asleep purring together.
Yeah, for sure. And then you're like yawning and you're kind of like stretching awake, and you look up and like your tent isn't there. But you're in this forest with these magnificent, massive trees, this golden early sunset light peering through and dappling the forest floor around you, and very familiar like sounds of creatures and bird song, that same smell of like rich earth with like there's a hint of rot to it. If you're not still in Thither, it's in a forest very similar to it. But your tent is gone and your friends are not there.
Is Luna here?
If you want her to be. She kind of shares your headspace, so... You know, if you think that she would appear in your dreams, she can.
She hates being alone, so she would hope to find Luna. If she's not here immediately, she'd probably go look for at least her.
Yeah, I think you go and look around for Luna, and you probably find her, like... She's, like, flown up to a tree branch and is perched in his, like, massive eyes, like, looking down at a little mouse that's, like, scuffling through the leaf fall.
Oh,
and her
I
tail
stopped
is,
moving.
like...
Yeah, I stopped moving.
And she's wiggling, and she's like... And then she, like, dives down, spreads her wings, and, like, a little kitty cat bird of prey descends and pounces on the mouse. And you hear, like, a squeak, and you see them shuffle in the leaves below, but eventually the squeaking stops. And she, like, looks around. She looks around, she has this, like, little mouse, and she, like, looks up to you, and she starts doing the, like... like cats do when they're, like, holding something in their mouth, and she, like, walks over to you, and will, like, drop it on the ground. And
that was really
like,
impressive.
I got this for you.
Oh, thanks. You can keep it.
Oh, you don't want to eat it with me?
Nope. I don't think I like to eat mice. You can have it though. You put all that effort. It was really cool.
Okay. She starts like immediately like just biting the head off of this mouse.
In my head, Kristy, I'm like, Yuki, no! Oh no!
Yeah, but she goes to town on it. What do you do while she's feasting?
I'm gonna fly up, like directly above her. Like I don't want to like lose her So I'll go straight up, and I just want to see, like, where we are in, like, relation to where we were.
Yeah, you fly up, and you are definitely still in Thither, but you are in, like, a very different location. You think that you may be, like, very far to the north. I don't know if you can see where...
Yeah.
You're, like,
Damn.
looking at Loom Lurch from a completely different direction.
Oh, damn. Okay. That's quite the distance. While I'm up here, just on pure survival instinct, can I just look around to see if there's a dragon nearby? Are we in danger?
Roll a perception check.
Okay. I'll use my
Roll
cat
for dragons.
die. Roll for dragons. Little dragons. Not bad. What's my perception? Oh, my perception is 0. 11.
You don't see anything that concerns you. There might be, like, the occasional, like, flock of birds that, like, will come up from a tree, fly around, land in another spot. You probably see some, like, you know, like, there's occasional, like, fairies that might fly around. But there's nothing that, like, startles you or seems draconic or predatory from what you can see.
And we're pretty, like, in the forest, like, near this mountain range. There's not, like, any real landmarks around from this, like, point. Like,
no, yeah,
roughly
you're
here.
deep in the forest. The mists are not too far off from where you are.
Okay.
But yeah, like, you can see Loom Lurch in the distance, a few more of those, like, clearings throughout the forest, you're not sure what's there, and then, like, far in the distance, you can see, like, a sparkling expanse of water.
I'll fly down to Luna. Hopefully giving her enough time to eat it so I don't have to watch.
Yeah, when you fly down, Luna is not alone. Luna has actually, like, stopped eating and is, like, actually, like, sitting on the back of, you've actually seen, you've seen creatures like this at the carnival. This is a centaur. There is this elderly centaur, the torso of, like, a humanoid man, with, like, silvery white hair that's kind of, like, close cropped, and he has that, like, kind of, like, snub face. It seems like his coat at one point on the horse part of the body was, like, a chestnut brown, but now it's, heavily, like, salted with white. More white than anything. He's got a little bit of that, like, sway back and the knobby knees of, like, a very old horse. And his face is just, like, has these, like, wrinkles carved into it from somebody who has lived, like, a very long time. And Luna is just, like, sitting on the back of this centaur who has approached and is just kind of, like, purring and, like, looking up at him. And he seems to have been, like, talking to her a little bit and was like, "Oh, hello. What is your name, creature? Do you speak?" And she just, like, "Meh."
Her name's Luna.
Oh, lovely to meet you. Luna. My name is Winterbow.
Winterbow. Hi, I'm Clover.
And may I ask, what you are called?
I'm Clover, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Clover. I didn't see you up there.
Oh, I was just looking around to see where we were.
Yes, that's, quite a question indeed. You do know that this realm is fading, yes? It's probably
Fading?
best that you leave
What do you mean by fading?
the forests. Haven't you seen the rot, the decay?
Oh, yeah, I did see that, but I wasn't sure what that meant. It's not normally like that?
No. I'm not sure why this rot has come to be, but no, once these forests, ancient primeval, spread long, and the trees grew quite tall and had many stories to tell, but now they seem to be twisted and withered by some sort of rot. The magic seems to be fading from this place. You should probably return to whatever domain of delight you may hail from, my dear, before this place disappears entirely.
Well, we are trying to leave, but I think because Zybilna and the Hourglass hags have taken over, I don't think we can leave.
I'm not familiar with was that you said Zybilna?
Is that the name, Kristy?
Yeah, you are correct.
Okay. I'm like, you're.
I'm not familiar with whoever that is, but I suppose it is rather difficult to leave. I tried to leave myself. A little bit too old to keep up with my clan, and they luckily galloped away right as the mists were falling, but left me behind.
I'm sorry you couldn't be with them.
Oh, well, you know, just like this forest fades, so too do I. It's the way of things.
Well,
Would you like to walk with me?
I would love to.
Luna, do you need a ride? And Luna will hop down and will start walking alongside the two of you. And Winterbow will walk with you through the forest. He's slow. He's very old. His walking speed is like 20, 25 feet.
That's fine by me. I can keep pace with that.
But
could I ask if he knows of Granny Nightshade?
Granny Nightshade.
What's this place called again?
This place is Thither.
The tree place that is Loom Lurch. That's where Clapperclaw doesn't want to go, right?
Yeah.
My friend Clapperclaw said she's taken over Loom Lurch, and she's kind of scary.
I'm familiar with Loom Lurch, but I've only ever heard the name Nightshade, Granny Nightshade. If Loom Lurch is where you want to go, I can lead you, but I would suggest against it. I believe it may be the heart of the rot.
I think you're right, and
given the amount of red caps coming from that place, I think it may not be the safest for a little one like yourself.
At least not by myself, yeah.
And hopefully your eyes are sharper than mine. If you see one, or I suppose hear one coming, do let me know so I can try to guide us out.
What do they sound like? Do you know?
Well, they wear large iron boots. It's a little bit hard to miss. They tend to have bright red caps. They're nasty little creatures. They have to dip their hats in blood to sustain themselves, so they quite like violence and killing. I'm lucky that I've managed to stay away from them this far, but they seem to be spawned from somewhere near Loom Lurch.
I think when he's talking about them soaking the blood up, like her ears go flat and she kind of looks a little pale at the thought, like, ooh.
She's hungry.
Vampire cat, activate.
She's like maybe I'm a red cap because I love blind people.
My stomach's growling. My stomach's growling. Oh no, what does this mean? DM question. Because technically she is a fairy and not a cat. Would you allow in the future, not for sight, but at least for smelling, would you allow me to have advantage for perception checks even though I have a +0 to perception?
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, because you can also,
or sound, rather, not smell?
You can perceive through your familiar and use her stats also.
Like a help action? Or her stats? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. You can you have the ability to bamf into her vision.
I forgot I could do that. Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah, like Talus would with Bramble, you can do that with her. And you can remote view from anywhere.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great, because she has a +5 perception.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit, girl. Damn. Okay.
And I think she probably gets some sort of an advantage on, smell and hearing.
Smell, yeah.
Yeah, whatever kind of...
It's smell. Yeah.
Yeah, she whatever keen perception she has, you would also be able to use. There's a little fuzzy that was just like floating in front of the camera.
Yeah, you have had a few orbs following you around.
I know, I can see them. They're like little dust things. It's because I was I was cleaning something over there before. It's annoying. But yeah, you can perceive through her.
Then I'll ask Luna instead of me doing it. I'll ask Luna's help for like being perceptive. Like just keep an eye out for these red caps, so it doesn't take me and what's the name? Willow. Winterbow. Unaware.
Yeah. Do you want her to like keep a nose out for blood?
Oh yeah, that's actually a great idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she'll say, "Oh yeah, I can do that. I need to clean my face first." And you see she has like a little bit of mouse blood on her face. Yeah, she'll like hop up around your shoulders and like perch on your shoulder and like start cleaning her face.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, I suppose if you're not familiar with the area, then you're not from this forest?
No, I'm not. I'm kind of new to the Fae realm.
New to the Fae realm?
Yeah.
My dear, you're a fairy.
Well, I say new. Time is weird. I was here a lot longer than I actually was. But I got trapped here, and then I went back home, and then now I'm trapped here again.
Ah, you probably fell through one of those fairy rings in the forest?
I fell down a well.
Ah. Well, I don't know of any wells here. There are fairy rings.
Maybe the fairy ring was around the well?
Not any that I've seen, but perhaps.
Maybe on my end, on the.
And where are you from?
What's the city called?
Is it another domain of delight? It's called Amphail.
Amphail in Faerun.
I'm not familiar with that domain.
I think it's pretty far away from here. But I think also the mists are like keeping us trapped here.
I have noticed that as well. It seems like if you walk into the mists, they kind of just turn you around and spit you back out.
Yeah.
Well, my dear, you seem lovely. I certainly hope that even though you are far from home, you can find some comfort here. As I said, the forest is fading, but there are parts of it that are still quite beautiful. Have you ever been to the Wayward Pool?
I have not. Where is that?
Oh. It's rather hard to miss. It's a quite large lake at the base of some mountains.
I've seen it, but we've never gone there before.
Yes, there's Terrace Town, the floating mountains. The Goblin Village there is nearby. But yes, there's I have heard there's a lovely unicorn that lives at the Wayward Pool that perhaps you could spend time with and seek answers from if you need help. Maybe she might know how to get you home.
That's a great idea. Thank you for that. Is there anything I can do to help you?
Oh, I suppose, well, I've lived many long years and traveled many forests and fields and plains and strange domains, but I suppose it's nice to make a friend every now and then. Would you perhaps like to call yourself a friend of this clunky old centaur in his golden years?
I would love that.
No! He stabs you. No, I'm kidding. Well,
I haven't had many friends for a long time, so getting more is nice.
Right, so it was Luna, and you, remind me, Clover. Luna, Clover. Winterbow, like I said.
Winterbow.
lovely to make your acquaintance and call you a friend.
Feelings mutual.
I just certainly hope that I'll run into you again sometime.
Well, I think I'm dreaming, and when I wake up, I'm gonna be much farther south than we are right now. But if we ever cross paths again...
My dear, what makes you think you're dreaming?
Well, I went to sleep in my tent, and when I wake up in the middle of the night, I'm usually somewhere else until I fall back asleep again and wake up back where I was. And then I feel like I've slept. So I can only assume it's a dream. Somehow.
How do you know that that's not the dream and that this is your waking life?
Then I must be asleep for a really long time and only awake for like a couple hours.
I think that you'll find that time as you feel it and time as it affects your body are very different things. You know, in my mind, I still feel so fresh, young, and it's like there's so much that I haven't done, but the body betrays.
Yeah.
And time moves far faster than I ever expected it to.
Time is definitely weird here. Not always a bad weird. Especially if I can meet people like you.
Time is sort of like a flowing river, and most of the time you're kind of just cast into it and you have to follow it along, but the nice thing about being in places like this is that sometimes you can swim backwards a little bit, or you can stay in place. Sometimes you can swim very fast down the river.
Yeah, that's a nice way of looking at it. Not so scary when you think of it like that.
It's not something that you're ever going to escape. Trust me, I never thought I would get old, but time... I don't think you have to be and I don't think you have to be afraid of the things that happen because of it. I think if you just let it wash you away and accept it, you will be fine. But don't doubt the power of your dreams, child.
I'll try.
The mind is the most powerful tool that you have in your arsenal.
I know someone who would really agree with that.
I hope I get to meet your friends sometime. You seem lovely.
I think they'd like you too.
Well, I think it's time for you to go.
Yeah.
Sleep tight.
Be safe.
Don't let the red caps bite.
Right back at you. Ooh.
And he will do a little baw to you. Very slow, and he can only go so deep.
Oh, buddy. His poor back.
You better be careful of him. He's a fucking horse.
But
leave my horse friends
to be
alone.
fair, you only need to be careful with some of him.
Just half of him. It's fine.
Yeah. The other half is fine.
But yeah,
from the waist up, he's trustworthy.
You find yourself fading from the forest and eventually into just a space of warm darkness, being curled up under a fur blanket. And you find yourself there huddled up with Luna, and you just see little before you fully drift off, there's just little pinpricks of light around you.
I think before she drifts back off, she'll just write a few notes in her little diary.
Yeah.
About what he told me about the unicorn being helpful at this little lake, and put his name down and write that the forest is being withered and poisoned and fading. So I can bring that up to the party when I wake up, so I don't forget. And then I'll go back to sleep.
Yeah, I just put his name in the lore dumps for you.
Winterbow.
Yes. So.
No!
Aurum.
Yeah, what's up?
You pass the fuck out.
I passed the fuck out. Yeah.
And it's like, you're, like, I feel like you're pretty worn out. That was like a tough, why is that failing? What? Come on. Suncraft, please. Hold on, Suncraft is failing me right now.
Cannot be me.
Oh, are you trying to play scary music? I feel like you're trying to play scary music.
There we go. For some reason, one genre was not working, so I have to go with one that's not quite what I wanted, but close enough.
Kind of scary.
You pass out into, like, a super deep sleep. You are, like, dead to the world. But at one point, like, you kind of wake up just because, like, there's, like, that hunter sense, like, of somebody who lives in the wild of, like, instinct just tells you, like, you need to be awake right now. Like, you need to, like, something's wrong.
Alright, I get up.
The forest around you is dark. And the trees that were once bright with green and yellow and red leaves and rich, dark wooden trunks are almost cage-like as they curl around you. The leaves look so dark that they're almost black, and the branches are sharp and reach down almost like claws. And it's as if this space underneath the trees is, like, closing in.
Do we have a fire?
There's nobody around.
Nobody else is here?
Nobody and nothing. You look around and the trees just stretch on before they vanish into darkness. There is no light. There is no birdsong. You hear the creaking of branches as they claw and scrape against each other, and the hissing of leaves as they ever so slightly rustle.
Do I have my stuff?
No, you have yourself.
I have myself.
And you hear a little whisper, unintelligible, from the trees.
I'm gonna look in the direction I heard the whisper, I guess. Hello?
You hear the whispers grow and they layer over one another until there's this unintelligible burbling that is creeping out from the trees around you, and it moves lightning quick. It's coming from your left, from your right, it's above you, it's behind you as it's moving, and you sense a massive shadow that is slinking through the trees just beyond your vision, clinging to the darkness.
Hey, listen, I don't know what you're trying to do, but I'm not scared. You got this voice thing going on, sure, but it's I'm not bothered. I just want to know what you want.
The whispering stops.
Are you gonna try to jump scare me now or something?
Quiet. Boo. Boo.
Sorry.
What was the last time I heard? What direction? I go to the last place I heard noise. I'm gonna start walking that way.
Yeah, you walk through the trees and you feel sharp stones and the loud crunch of leaves and, like, fallen, almost like birch bark. You know, when you step on it, it's crunchy as fuck. Like, the rocks beneath your paws are sharp and unforgiving, and it is hard to be quiet here. But you press on through the forest, and the trees, one after the other, appear all around you, and it's the same dark, gray wood. You look at it, and this dark, like, liquid you can see is, like, seeping out of, like, little knots and holes in the trees, and those branches, like, curl in lower and lower. You feel them pulling and tugging at your mane as you walk through this forest.
I'm gonna roar really loud. Let out a roar real quick.
You let out a roar and you feel the power like in your body of this roar, but the sound is muffled and muted, and you hear it echo in these strange ways around you that at first you just think is like the space, and then you realize that there's something that has taken the sound that you made and is now layering it, and you hear those whispers again. And it's almost like they swallow your roar.
What are you whispering? I can't hear it.
You hear a faint burbling. It's almost like it's right behind your ears.
Spin around.
Nothing's there.
I'm the worst person for this to happen to because I get frustrated really easy.
You feel slowly creeping along your back. Thin, creeping tendrils. Soft, like fingers or like little snakes. They creep through your mane and tangle through. And you see them coming out of the sides of your vision. You can't move. And these pale, sickly green, like, tentacles with these, like, little, I think they're called, like, cilia, are, like, the tiny little fingers that are, like, they, like, move and undulate to, like, help bacteria things, like, pull food in, are just there. And these, like, undulating tentacles slowly creep and wrap around you. And you feel them pulling on your body, and all you hear is this burbling with like faint cackling and little whispers around you, and you don't know where you are, and you don't know who you are, you don't know what's going on. All you know is that burbling. And you wake up. And you're back in your camp.
Well, that was weird. That was really weird.
So, really quick, Don, are you staying up the whole time, or do you go to sleep too?
Don has to go to sleep at some point.
Yeah.
But he'll probably make sure, does the thing where you, like, take a watch to make sure nothing weird is happening. And then we'll go to bed.
Yeah. I think you probably, like, you eventually have to, like, I think right as you're about to get up is when Ego kind of starts awake. Excuse me. Which then gives both of you time to, like, settle down on your own. And then, yeah, everybody's probably asleep unless somebody else is gonna take, like, a little watch. Clapperclaw's also there. He's a scarecrow. But, yeah, you probably wake up when, like, everybody else is asleep. Roll me, a perception check.
If
Or
I
insight.
do it like this, I haven't been rolling bad if I just roll.
Or insight.
I told you, it's the way I have to roll it. You said perception or insight.
Uh-huh.
My perception's better. That's a nat 20 for a 25.
Okay, yeah. So Clapperclaw is just, like, kind of, like, there vibing, like, walking around the camp, like, kind of just doing his own thing. And you see that, like, Juniper is, like, nosing into Clover's tent.
Have my spells swapped over yet? Or have I not completed the long rest?
You have not completed the long rest.
Alright, so my spells are not swapped over. I'm gonna walk over to the tent and go in. Push Juniper out of the way. Hey, what are you doing?
You hear this, like, growl. Like, tinged with, like, a little bit of a hoot.
I'll growl back.
And what you see before you, because you rolled a natural 20, Clover's bag is filled with rations. She's got, like jerky and berries in there, and Juniper has torn open, or I guess this is her, maybe, I don't know if you put them in your bag of holding, but, like...
Yeah, she has two separate bags. She has, like, her usual backpack. She's been putting the tent in the bag of holding.
Yeah. So, if your regular backpack has some like rations in it, Juniper has like torn open Clover's regular backpack and has demolished like the jerky that's in there. And because again you rolled a nat 20, you can see in Juniper's eyes, because you know the feeling. Clover is like a ripe meal. Juniper is hungry.
I'm putting Juniper in a headlock.
Okay.
Go. Stop being so delectable to animals.
I can't help that animals love me.
She's small and this is a massive owl bear.
Hey, they're not loving you in the way that you want them to. Like, she thinks you're delicious.
Roll me an athletics check to grapple Juniper.
Ooh. 10.
That will, yeah, she rolled a natural 2, so that's a 7 athletics to try to break out. So you are able to grapple her, and immediately like she like all of her fur and feathers like fluff out, and she starts thrashing around. The tent is like coming down. Clover, you probably get woken up by this, and this is like not long after you had your little dream.
So I haven't taken a long rest. I have to adjust.
You have not taken a long rest. Dawn, you're a real heavy sleeper. Ego, you can probably wake up. I think it's gonna take like a little bit more to wake Dawn up because he's low wisdom.
So I wake up to the tent falling on me.
Yeah, you're like wrapped in like canvas and like getting hit in the head with like a wooden pole.
And I'm in my sleeping bag.
And you're in your sleeping bag, and like Luna like sees what's going on and wakes up and like darts out.
Juniper, stop it! Stop it, Juniper!
Juniper?
Juniper is going to try to break the grapple. You know what? I'm gonna roll my big die. I'm gonna roll my big chunker. That's a natural 1.
23.
Yeah, Juniper is like fighting and like pulling and is like trying to like get out of your grip, but you've like really got a hold on her. You've got her in a headlock, so it's kind of hard. She can't really like bite you. She's gonna try to claw at you to like push herself free. Does a 13 hit?
That is my armor class.
Okay. Let's see, I need a D8. Oh no! Oh no! 21 points of slashing damage. I literally rolled max damage.
That's alright. I'm still up.
As Juniper, like, reaches out with one of her massive claws and, like, because you're grappling her, she can't get the front of you. She wraps her paw around your back and, like, rips your back open.
Oh my god, I could have I'm sorry, I'm still waking up, so I would have silvery barbed that, but I'm like,
You're like, what? And why don't we roll some initiative, I mean.
Oh my god, okay, we're rolling initiative against
Well, because basically now was the point where, like, everybody can, like, like, awakening.
I rolled a natural 20 for a 21.
I rolled a nat 1 for 4.
Yeah, this makes sense. I rolled 7.
Okay.
15.
Juniper, come on, girl. Okay. Aurum, you are up first. You have just been clawed by Juniper. What would you like to do?
I'm reading my abilities. I'm just gonna, like, I'm gonna try to grumble at her, like, angrily, just like a Juniper, stop, you know? Try to intimidate her into calming down. Maybe.
Okay. So
do the dominant creature thing.
Yeah. You can either roll an intimidation or an animal handling check.
My intimidation's way better.
Okay.
I'll say this. If Clover had been the one that was attacked, I'd be setting this owlbear on fire.
On fire.
Oof. 14?
This is the worst way to wake up. My goodness.
Yeah, Juniper's real stubborn, but like you can feel some of the, I think, like, just because of like who you are as a person and like the kind of like lifestyle you've lived, like you kind of have like a good sense of like animal behavior. And I don't think owlbears should be monstrosities. I feel like they should count as beasts partly, and like because she behaves like a beast. She doesn't behave like a magical creature. She is very stubborn. That like bear stubbornness is definitely coming out, but she is also like, no, you get the sense that she knows that she's being like dominated and she's fighting to like get out, but like you kind of feel something take. You feel like you're showing your domination to her, but she's not easily cowed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still holding on. I'm fucking hurt, but I'm still holding on.
Yeah.
And I mean,
If she would have hit me, I'd be out.
what is the Bullywug Croak bonus action, or is that an action?
Oh, good question.
Let me look at your sheet. You're right, I did not specify.
I mean, it's when the frogs do it, was it an action or a bonus action?
You're right, yeah.
True. Let's see.
He nervous burps.
Bonus action. It is a bonus action.
All right,
Hey.
I'll bonus action. I'm assuming it was my action to intimidate, so bonus action. I'll try to croak at her
Okay.
and try to charm her.
Okay.
DC 12 Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. She does have advantage because you guys are hostile right now.
Yeah.
And she's rolling like doo-doo butts. Doo-doo water rolls here. Girl!
Oh.
Juniper, come on, man. And they said it's a wisdom saving throw?
Yeah, DC 12.
Okay. That's a 7.
Nice. She's charmed.
Until the end of
It's
its next turn. Okay. Cool.
That's it. That's me.
Yeah. You kind of feel some of the fight in her, like, quells a little bit.
Oh my god. I had
Ego.
sex with animals this whole time, and I didn't even realize.
You had speak with animals this whole time?
Yeah.
I
thought Oath of the Ancients Paladin got that.
God, it's almost like you could have talked to her this whole time.
Well, I was taking it in the morning to talk to her anyway.
Well, you know
That's
what?
true.
Well,
That's
we'll
true.
say Don wakes up and he's like,
Don is new to this, okay? He was a office guy
Valid,
a
yeah.
week ago.
he's like, I don't know. I don't roll my eyes in the back of my head and know all my spells, even though you definitely do. Okay, sorry, my turn, you said. I will,
Yes.
when I try and figure out what's going on, it's like, okay, he's wrestling with it. So I'm going to tell Clover, just don't move. Don't move.
I can't see!
And I'm going, just don't move.
Okay.
And I'm going to sort of hold my hands out like this and sort of interlock the fingers and sort of go. So it's sort of out, interlock, and basically fold the hands out there. And I'm gonna cast Minor Illusion.
Mhm.
And as I basically shape it, I'm just gonna create the Minor Illusion of a rock. Just a rock, big rock, over Clover. So that when you look at where Clover should be, it's just a rock.
Okay.
Aw.
Yeah, roll me just like a general spell casting ability check. Like using your
Sure,
ability
well,
modifier.
I was gonna say there. It says in
It
the
does have
spell
a-
that a creature. They would have
Okay.
to. So it says use its action to determine. Or sorry. Obviously, it's an illusion, so physical. If they just tried to bite the rock, they'd go through it. But it says creature. If a creature uses its action to examine the sound or image, it can determine it is an illusion with an intelligence investigation check against my spell save DC 15.
Okay. Good
And
to
I
know.
know that as an animal, she's kind of
She's not very intelligent. She's
Yeah, so I'm hoping that she just sort of looks at a
Yeah.
rock and goes, "Damn, gone."
Damn, that's
So
crazy.
it's basically just like
Mhm.
it just sort of wraps you. I would say, I mean, if Clover can't see, she
I'm
still
wrapped-
can't see, but
In 2 different things.
If
I'm wrapped
you-
in my sleeping bag and a tent. And
It's like when a
pole.
Skyrim like rock clips through like the texture of like a building, and you just see a piece of like outdoor texture.
Oh my
There's
god!
like just
Yeah.
rock. There's like a
Just
what
rock
looks
in
like
front of
a
me?
rock around
Oh.
you, but it's not actually there.
'Cause-
Your head is clipping
Yeah.
through it.
Okay, yeah.
yeah,
Clipping
so it's just
mechanics,
like,
got
yeah,
it.
but yeah, basically she will. I just want to know for Clover's turn because I didn't tell her it's an illusion. So she probably she can't see unless she accidentally pokes her head out of the rock and then she'll see she's in a rock. But yeah it's just that's my whole turn.
All right, you tell her don't move, and you summon the rock. So hopefully she listens. But first, we're gonna go to Dawn. Dawn, you truly are that like guy waking up extremely disoriented right now. Like you come to, Aurum is bleeding profusely out of his back, and he has Juniper in a headlock and is like yelling at her. You don't see Clover. Clover's tent is collapsed.
There's a rock
on top of her tent. And Ego has just finished casting a spell. You don't have your armor on. Clabberclaw is probably like hiding behind a tree at this point, and it's like, oh my god!
Yeah, so I feel like he wakes up and just seeing all of the things and stuff. I think he just will accidentally just sort of slip into casting Speak with Animals because he's basically like asking this question at like everybody. You know, like the parent, the angry parent who like walks in the room where all the like kids have been like fighting and making a mess, and it's just a very like
In the middle of the night.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on here?
When you're having a sleepover and the kids wake you up in the middle of the night and you're like, I warned you.
Yeah, and he casts Speak with Animals because, he's directing it at everybody, including the people who can't normally understand him.
Yeah, I think like everybody probably. What is it? Paint us a word picture of Dawn casting Speak with Animals. What's the vibe?
I think when he casts Speak with Animals, I think that is like the most showy his powers get, because normally it's all like windy and things grow, but it's not normally that flashy. But when he says it, it's like you see and hear like along with him, like layered on top are the calls and sounds of like multiple different animals at the same time.
I was literally gonna say that you did get like a two-tone like layering of like hoots and growls and like animal sounds with yours that form this like weird harmony. That's perfect. That's amazing. But yeah, Dawn yells is like, what the hell is going on here? Yeah, I
I
think
don't know, I'm doing my ninja hand signs.
I'm following my ninja way. Kamehameha!
She was trying to
No,
eat Clover.
Different show!
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so Aurum says she was trying to eat Clover, and you probably hear this voice that is new to you that says, hungry! Little one smells like food. Blood. Hungry.
I think
Stop
Yeah,
grabbing.
I think he's too because
Stop grabbing.
I'm sure he can't say too much, but he's too pissed off to realize, oh, I am literally talking to an animal. So he just responds, everybody, stop.
Roll an intimidation check.
Yeah,
I'm intimidated.
If you yourself feel intimidated, then you are intimidated by this.
I have trauma
regardless of what the
response to
roll is.
yelling.
22.
Yeah, like you yell indefinitely. I think like as Aurum is like growling at her and telling her to like stop, and just has her in this like big grapple, and then you're like shouting her down. You can definitely see like some of her feathers are like where they were puffed up to make her look very large are starting to like lay flat, and like her little like owly like long feather tail starts to like tuck.
Mm-hmm.
But she's still like a little bit in that fight or flight kind of mode right now.
Yeah, there's nothing else I can do since I didn't like long rest or anything. And I used my action, so that's about it from me until it gets around to my next turn.
Next up is Juniper, who is charmed by you, Aurum. So she is not going to like attack you. I think she's just kind of like she's like kind of tugging at you, like trying to get away, but it's not like the aggressive like grapple fight kind of thing happening. And I feel like Dawn, you probably hear her like hooting and growling at Aurum, and is saying like, "Why you grab me? Let go, hungry, hungry." At the end of her turn, she's no longer charmed. So, what happens next remains to be seen. We'll get to that. Clover, you're in a rock in a fallen tent.
In my sleeping bag.
In your sleeping
But
bag.
you heard all that.
She did hear all of that. This is not how she expected to wake up. She's probably got a little bruise on her forehead from the pole.
Oh, yeah.
She hears Ego tell her to stay still. She hears Aurum yell, Juniper's trying to eat Clover, and she hears Dawn being really aggressive with what the fuck, stop. So she just, her whole action, she has no spells. She just covers her head and her ears, and she just, fetal position. Doesn't move. That's my turn.
Yeah. As a reminder, and Clover might not think of this in the moment, you can also look through, your familiar is not in the tent with you. She had that, you know when a cat knocks over a glass and just like is out of there?
Yeah.
I know you know.
I know how fast the whole house could collapse and they could get out so fast.
Yeah.
They'd be out. So yeah, I think, is that a bonus action or an action? Let me double check. What is that?
See, have a look. Spells. Find familiar. Where are you?
It's an action. So I'll use my action to do that.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to switch into Luna's perception. You can see that she has like yeeted out and flown up like into a high branch and is like looking down on the scene, and like as you switch into her, like kind of doing the takeover, you can feel that she's like hissing and like puffed up in the tree and has her like wings splayed out and is like doing her own like little attempt at like, you know, she doesn't really know what's going on. She's just like, oh shit. She's like, you okay? You hear her like in your head.
I think so. I'm a little bumped, but I'm okay. What? Is everybody else okay? Oh, do I see Aurum's back?
I mean, you can have her like move around if you want.
Yeah, can you give me a better vantage point? I want to see what's going on.
Yeah. And you and her can fly over to like another branch, and you see that Aurum has these like 5 big claw marks all down his back. and like the skin is almost like shredded to ribbons, and there's a lot of blood.
Yummy.
What color are Luna's eyes normally?
They're normally, I think, kind of like yellowy. Maybe? What color are Clover's eyes again?
I was just gonna say when she takes over, like her eyes are like a lilac purple pink, and probably at night a little bit more pink.
I feel like Luna's eyes are probably like more like kind of like yellowy, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of black cats have that like yellowy kind of eye color.
So I feel like instead of both of her eyes going pink, I feel like Luna's gets the heterochromia, and one eye stays yellow and one eye stays pink. So it's like we're both in the driver's seat, so we both know what's going on.
Yeah. But yeah, he's tore up.
Good.
Cool. That's my turn. I can't do anything.
Alrighty.
At least I know
Aurum.
what's going on.
I'm gonna let her go.
Okay.
So did I use up my roar when I was in my dream?
Nope. You only used it up if you used it in real life.
Okay. So I will actually wait. Did I use it in the fight? Hold on.
I don't think you used your roar in the fight.
I did not use my roar in the fight. So I'm gonna roar at her, and I'm gonna position myself in front of where Clover is, between her and Clover. I'm gonna roar at her. And just well, let's just roar bonus action first.
Okay.
Oh, that's a DC. That's not even me rolling for it. Okay.
So I need to roll something?
Yeah, DC 13 Wisdom saving throw.
Ooh. You said DC 13 Wisdom save?
Yeah.
That's an 11.
Sweet. So she's frightened of me until the end of my next turn.
She's frightened, okay. And what does that have specific fear conditions of like she can't move or she has to move away from you?
It just says she's frightened.
The frightened condition is she cannot willingly move closer.
Yeah. I know some like
disadvantage on attack rolls.
Yeah, I know that there's like some fears where they like also can't move. Like I want to say is that like Vengeance Paladin?
Conquest.
Conquest Paladin, yeah. If you're afraid of them, but you're within a certain range of them, then you are too scared to run away.
Okay. So, yeah, she is definitely frightened.
Can I ready an action if I used a bonus action?
Yeah.
I'll ready a grapple if she tries to attack one of us.
Okay. You can definitely do that. Let me get these conditions up so I have it here. Yeah. Ego. You see that Aurum has lets out this like terrible roar. Does it affect anybody or that it hears it or only people you choose?
Creatures of your choice within 10 feet of me.
Okay. Yeah, so it's not like compelling you to be afraid, but I feel like everybody around it, like, it's a loud, proud, big ol' roar. Very animalistic.
Okay.
Let's go of Juniper.
Okay. See, because I don't know that she's hungry, because I don't understand her. Only Dawn understood that. So, from my context, it's just I have to go off of just Owlbear is being aggressive, but Dawn said to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll try to dull her senses. I can see doing that because that would pair with my illusion. So maybe I will. Well, I already think she's kind of dumb. Because she's an animal. So I'm going to just hex her. which doesn't
Okay.
do damage. Just hex her wisdom checks, so
Okay.
that it makes all of her perception. Maybe it like I don't know that she's like smelling food, but I feel like it's like okay, let's just try to like debilitate her senses.
Yeah, these like little like thorny black tendrils of shadow like curl out from like underneath the trees, and they like snake along the ground and like probably like latch around her, like kind of wrapping around
Yeah.
as you hex her.
Yeah, so I'll do that. And since Hex is a bonus action, and also I just use it for free as a Hex Blood,
Mhm.
I will use my action to hold a prestidigitation.
Mm.
I don't know what effect I'll make with the prestidigitation, but I am holding it for an aggressive action from that.
That's fine. You
Juniper.
can choose
And-
how you want to use it when you cast it.
Yeah.
So you can decide.
So
it.
it's yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I basically like just make a sweeping motion and hold the hex with my left hand, and then almost just like pulling some of the latent magic, I hold it in my right hand and I
Yeah.
don't release it. And so I'm just sort of holding these two goofy ass hand signs.
Like in Baldur's Gate, when you're deciding whether or not you're going to cast a spell, and they're there like,
yeah, when they do the ice in my veins thing, and they're holding, they do. That's what they do whenever it's like holding a firebolt or something. They're like this. It's funny. Or they're just sitting there doing like this. Yeah, they're just doing that shit. I've been walking around my house thinking of somatic components.
yeah, I love that. That's very cool. All right, Dawn.
All right. Don is gonna hear, "Oh, hungry, hungry," and he's going to say, "Well, whatever is going on, you are clearly not eating food. She is not food. Now sit down, and we'll get you something you can actually eat."
Want food? Want to eat? Hungry? Master, not bring
patient.
food.
He'll probably go into his rations, and just toss like how many days worth of 4 days. He'll toss 3 days worth of rations.
Yeah.
down.
Oh, Clover, you lose half of your rations. By the way.
And probably all like the food that I got from the inn is gone.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Any meat that you got from the inn is gone.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so you throw like 4 days worth of rations at her?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You like throw like a couple bits of jerky down and she like will instantly go and like start like gobbling them down.
Damn, she ate 8 days.
Or well, I guess as long as she can move in a direction that's not towards Aurum, she will like if you throw like the rations off to the side, she like is like looking up at Aurum the way that like if a dog like is scared, you know how they like whale eye at you where they like look at you, is like looking at you and then like very like cowed now at this point and like subdued will like
very much still just growling and baring my teeth and
yeah, and she'll like scamper over to where the rations are and eats them like ravenously. And she will spend her turn eating rations. Ooh, I need to look up something. Real quick. How much does a ration weigh? A single ration.
No, that's its monetary value. Hold on.
Does it have a weight?
Oh yeah,
4.
it definitely has a weight. I think it might be
4.
I was gonna say it might be 2. Is it really 4?
Yeah. Well,
It weighs 2 pounds,
one weighs 2 pounds. Yeah.
from what I can see.
I'm seeing one.
oh,
is 2
I
pounds.
see.
Oh, because you have more.
Because I have so many.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so how many did you lose, Clover?
4.
8.
8.
Okay, and then she gets 4 more. So that's
12.
12 pounds times 2.
Well-
So that's 24 pounds.
If it was 8 rations and 4 rations, 12 rations, so 24 pounds.
Yeah, 24 pounds. Yeah, so she will eat up these last little bits of jerky, and then will, like... She's still, like, definitely side-eyeing Aurum, but is like, good food. Want fresh meat. Blood.
Oh my god. You need to calm down.
Calm down.
Yeah, take a nap.
Why?
Sleep time.
Meat tomorrow. Hunt for
Yes! Yes, we'll hunt for meat tomorrow! Oh wait, I can't understand this!
Meow!
Yes, hunt for meat tomorrow, I guess.
meat. Big furry one, go away.
No, just don't be rude and he won't get mad at you.
Rude.
Respect him.
Ooh.
You're 2 animals that catch fish. Catch fish in the damn river.
Big furry
What?
one. Smells like blood. Prey. But scary big roar.
Because
I love this voice.
The confliction. The confliction.
It's
in this poor
so
animal.
perfect. It's so perfect.
because they're a predator. So know your place before they eat you instead.
Ooh. Not prey.
He raises
Predator.
an eyebrow. Mhm.
I'm predator too.
Yeah,
She does like she does that thing that bears do when they're like challenging each other, where they like hop up and down on their front legs and they do that like thing and does that and kind of is like definitely still scared but is like looking up at like Aurum like a little bit of a challenge, but then starts like pacing back and forth and like won't go near him. Oh. Not fair. Grab me from behind.
What's it want to fight me
Oh.
or something? I'll fight this bear. I will.
That's how hunting goes, don't you think? It's not. I'm sure the fish don't think it's fair when you grab them out the water.
Fish of prey. Big
Okay.
furry one smells like prey, but not prey.
We can discuss the semantics of prey and not prey tomorrow. Go to sleep.
Ooh. Sleep. Tired paws.
Yeah,
And
sleep.
she will like go over to like one of the trees, like kind of nearby, and like will curl up beneath it, but is like staring at Aurum.
I'm not leaving my defensive stance until that bird is asleep. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna stand here over Clover,
Can I move yet?
bleeding from my back until this owlbear is asleep.
So we are out of initiative. Unless somebody wants to do something aggressive.
I think immediately after, Don is like, I just fucking talked to an animal.
You did talk to it.
It was pretty impressive.
Not animal. Hunter. Predator. Everything that you're saying still has like that like
Right.
two-tone to it, so she understands you.
I don't need input from you, Missy.
Prey?
No.
Prey?
Do I look like prey?
Yes.
If
Smell
you
like
walk-
prey.
If you
Smell
walk
like
over
goat.
here, if you
Oh,
walk
like
over here, I will
goat.
put you in the dirt so fast you won't even know what happened.
Master used to feed goats. 1 goat a day. Smell like goats. Pray. Pull the wagon. Eat a goat.
Oh my god.
What is it? Hungry?
Thank you. I'm just thinking, where did they get all the goats? It's a chariot.
We need a... Look, just go to sleep.
I should have known better. I should have made sure she was well fed before we went to bed.
Actually, it's my fault. I should have known better.
It's not your fault, little cat. Stop it.
What? Does it want food? It needs food? There's a river right here. I'm sure there's fish in it.
Yeah, but does she know how to hunt if she's like a beast that's like a working animal?
Aurum, Aurum, do you have a net? Did anyone happen to take a fishing net from the frogs?
Even if we did have a net, apparently her old owner used to feed her an entire goat's worth of food a day.
We don't have a whole goat.
I could scavenge, but if whatever I got, we wouldn't be able to eat anymore.
Are there any other solutions for food then?
We need to hunt twice as much as what we usually would. She probably needs about the same as us, like put together.
Why don't we just leave her
now?
here?
We're allowed to move.
Oh yes, it's just a sorry, and
I
will
can't
just
find the exit.
it's. I'll pull the rock apart. It was
the
an
tent.
illusion.
Or roll a nature check. You can do wisdom based.
Can't we just wait for her to fall asleep and leave her?
No.
She tried to eat you.
She was hungry and we didn't feed her.
That's a 21.
Okay. I'm gonna message you something.
I'm sorry, Ego.
It's not its fault.
That's not our.
She's just being an owl bear. You can't blame her for that.
I'm not blaming her. I'm saying, why don't we just leave?
Well, she doesn't know how to hunt. She can't take care of herself. You
Do
can't
we
just
know
release
that?
her
It
into the
seemed like
wild.
We don't know that. She was gonna hunt you.
Well, I was also easy. I was sleeping.
You're not
That's
easy
right.
to eat.
You're pretty easy to eat.
Don't say. Stop.
We're all easy to eat to this creature.
There
When we're
is
sleeping?
one person that has killed more than anyone else here, and it is her. She is not easy to eat.
Oh,
I've killed a lot of
I
things.
stay back in the tent. I don't come out. I don't come out.
She's pretty bite-sized when she's unconscious.
Okay. Well, I could make her bigger.
But that just means more food.
I could make her tinier.
That just makes her easier to eat.
It's a smaller snack.
Oh,
One bite.
A creature that big needs 8 pounds of meat a day.
that's
For
not
reference,
a whole
you
goat.
guys-
She's being overfed.
You guys, a ration is like 2 pounds for, and that so
Yeah, so she eats for 2 of us.
Okay.
she eats for all 4 of you.
That's what
all
I
4
said.
of us.
She does eat for all
Have it
4 of us. We
twice
need.
as
Yeah,
much
that's
as
why.
us.
That's why Clover's like, we probably need to do twice the amount of hunting as we would do for the whole group.
Yeah, and that's like you think that
Per day.
Aurum, you think that will keep her like happy,
Chill.
but like
She probably
More
wants
the
more.
better.
yeah,
Yeah.
I can only find us food for us.
I can
I
find
said-
food for her.
I mean, there is a river right here. We just need to, and it's a river that is flowing. We just need a net. Does someone have a net, or can you make a net?
I could
Do you
make
know
a
how to
net.
make a net?
Yeah.
You know how to make a net?
Yeah. I've done
I
it
was-
before.
Because I was gonna say Ego was like totally looking at Aurum, but it's like, you know how to make a net?
I also know how to make a net, but I
Orm's probably
prefer
better
other
at it than I
methods.
am.
Well, look, it's so easy, right? we set a net in the water, and so that they don't swim around. Like, if I see a whole school of fish, I just cast sleep. All the fish just fall asleep, and we just scoop them up in the net. It's so easy. They have
really
like
good.
1 HP. I can get so many fish with a sleep spell.
Oh my
I also
god.
have a hunting trap.
Oh,
Where have you been keeping that?
I poked
It's
my
on
head out of the
on
tent.
my bindle.
In the bindle, of course.
Yeah.
oh my gosh, Aurum, you're
When you
back.
say hunting trap, do you mean like a bear trap?
Like a bear trap.
Yeah, it's like a whole steel bear, like a bear trap.
That's so dangerous.
Hey, you never know you need one. I stole it
I
from the
guess
frogs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Look, but yes, look. Okay, so how about you hunt in the forest, and as long as I have a net, like I don't know how to hunt, but I know how to put fish to sleep.
Well, I can set the trap, and I can go get our food, and then hopefully something gets tripped in the trap.
Okay.
I don't know how to hunt either. I can just talk to animals, apparently.
Yeah, Aurum, you know how
Can
to.
you,
Or,
like,
not Aurum,
convince
Ego, you
them
know
to-
how to forage. Dawn doesn't know jack
That's
shit
true.
about
I do.
anything.
I do know how to forage for like mushrooms and stuff.
Yeah.
I do actually have an okay nature skill. So actually, I'm proficient in survival. Yeah, I don't know why I'm pretending like I don't know how. Like I literally roughed it in the woods my entire life.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Could I start tending to Aurum's back?
Yeah. It's pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
It's
do you
definitely
wanna-
gonna scar.
My pickups. Do you want a potion of healing?
No, I'll be okay. I just need to finish sleeping.
Okay, I'll just wrap it up and fuck, where is the thing I have? I have hiccups.
You don't think about it until now. Like, oh, I got my
I just
entire
gotta sleep
bag
it off.
wrapped
I'm
up
gonna-
and I'll just sleep it off.
I'm gonna use the ointment on his back.
You do have the Ketom's ointment. I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, but that's how I'm saying it. You do have that.
I'm gonna apply it to the skin, and you'll be cured of poison or any diseases. So this should help with infection.
You get 2d8 plus 2. Yeah. Oh, yeah?
You get 11 hit points. Fuck.
Thanks.
I need. Hang on.
Hiccups,
I
no.
need to go upside down so I can get rid of these hiccups.
Girl, I feel
Can
you.
I-
I get them all the time.
Since I'm awake, well, actually, no, that's for short resting. Can I just really quickly see if there's any fish in the river?
Yeah, roll a perception check.
Is it still dark?
It is never dark here. It is always.
Oh, that's right. It's the Feywild.
Yeah, it's always like the start of sunset, like that golden hour light in this area specifically. It was a little bit more
Ooh, natural.
twilighty in the other area, the swamp.
A 19 on the die, 21 perception?
Yeah, there's all kinds of fish. There's like little frogs that are like on the riverbank in a couple spots where there's like more like reeds. There are fish. There's like little pond skimmer like bugs. There's dragonflies. Also by the water, you probably have a couple like voles, like small river rodents, things like that.
All right.
Like little
So-
water birds, ducks.
So,
Who knows which ones can talk?
can I borrow the bag of holding?
Sure. I'm gonna reset the tent. Like after I've tended to Aurum's back, I'm gonna start resetting up the tent. Move the remainder rations into the bag of holding, and then hand the bag of holding to Ego.
Wait, what are you
Okay.
moving into the bag of holding?
The remainder of the rations that she didn't eat.
Okay, yeah. And everything that you have left is now like little dried fruits and like nuts. She got all of your jerky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so like
I
all the
will-
pastries and stuff are there.
I have. Don't worry, guys. I have 16 pounds of carrots
Nice.
You need
from
me.
the fucking herring gone.
She
No,
needs
for
me.
us.
Oh, okay.
For us.
Oh,
We like
I know how to
carrots.
preserve food, like drying and smoking meat. So whatever you make, I can like preserve
But
it.
I also like meat, but I can forage that. It's fine.
Okay. I'm going to try and cast a. I literally thought about this while we were sitting here that you could do this. Gonna cast a sleep spell. It is a 20-foot sphere. So I'm gonna just try and put a whole bunch of
feels
fish
like
to sleep
cheating.
and just open the bag of holding and just.
Are you going in the water?
And if there's. Oh, okay. No. I'm gonna be kind of get on the edge. And I will. It will probably kill them if I hit them with any of it. If I see a particularly big fish, I'll thorn whip it. And try and.
Yeah, I think. How many HP? How many HP is your sleep spell?
I have
Is
to
it
roll it.
25?
It's 5d8.
Okay, go ahead and roll
so
that.
I'll roll it. Okay.
Let's make some smoked salmon.
So
Oh my god!
25.
Nice.
Shit.
Yeah. So you cast sleep in this area, and for like the fish that kind of like float your way, you probably like have to move like to a spot a little bit up the stream to get out of the super rough area to like where it's a little bit slower. But when you cast it, yeah, you're able to get like there's a couple like little minnows in there, but there's some like decent sized fish. You get like a frog. You probably get like what's some other weird stuff that like lives in rivers? Like a water snake.
Ooh.
Like a little snake.
Snake is fun.
But yeah, you're able to get like basically 25 creatures because it's just a big area.
Critters.
Yeah. So
and because I'm doing it with the bag of holding, I get some river water in there too. So like if they wake up, then they can
have,
just
like, a
swim
little
around in the bag of
enclosure.
holding.
They're
a little
it's
aquarium.
Oh my
Because
god!
there's only 10 minutes of
Fresh
air.
sushi.
But
Let's
fish,
go.
But fish breathe water, and there's water in there.
Yeah. You probably if you're gonna catch fish in this way, you probably get half the weight of however many you catch. So you get like 12 pounds of like worth of like fish from doing this.
This is amazing.
And you do see you would see that like there are like some big fish that are in the water. You see like bigger shapes moving under the surface.
Can I try and thorn whip one?
Yeah. Do you have to roll to attack?
Yeah,
Or is
that's
it
just a hit roll.
Okay.
Okay, so it's basically the same as my firebolt. It's +7.
Okay.
It's a 5 on the die, but a 12. I don't know how what an AC a fish has.
Okay.
Up to you.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
Who needs a fishing rod when you can just pull out a thorn whip from your chest and you know those like sticky slappy hands?
Yeah. What did you say you rolled?
A 12, my dear.
A 12.
Add a d6 to it but yeah.
Yeah, you said you did add the d6 to that?
No, I said I could. Why don't I before you say? Because I a 6, so now it's an 18.
Okay, because the AC was 13 for this fish. Yeah, you like see this like there's actually like a group of dark shapes. At first you think it's like a massive fish, but then you realize it's like a school that is like swarming in an area. And you realize that it's like probably while you're thorn whipping, you're like, oh, there's blood forming in the water before I've even thorn whipped it. Because these fish are eating the other fish that fell asleep. Because a fish having 1 hit point is like you put a shit ton of fish to sleep there. You can catch the full hit points worth. Like a shit ton of fish went to sleep.
There's so many fish that are just like.
And you're starting to see like chum, like little bits of blood and like chum floating up from where this school is, and you thorn whip one of the fish, and you are able to pull it in. That does damage, right?
Yes. Let me read it. I think it's a D8. No, sorry, it's a D6.
Okay. So you can do at least 1 hit point of damage, which will kill this fish.
Dope.
And when you
Wizard fishin'.
Yeah, so this is this your thorn whip from your
from your
cursed?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're like, you kind of just see it, and like this instinct in you like reaches out and is like, I'm like this. There's just like malice as you see the blood forming on the water, and this thorn like whips out from you and like spears a fish straight through, and like this like long vine like pulls back in, and you can see that speared onto this like vine that's covered in thorns is this like big blue and orange fish with massive sharp teeth and like beady red eyes. It's a quipper, but I feel like it's like a pretty big one. You got like a foot longer.
Hey, quick for my Instagram.
For your Tinder account.
Yeah, Ego just holding it like,
and it like twitches slightly, like it's dead, but like the muscles are still like twitching, and like you have like you can like feel through your thorns, like through the little vines that grow out of you. Like it's not flesh, but you still have like sensation through them, and so like
ew,
it's like having your fingers stuck through a fish.
Oh, love that. That's so gross.
Yeah, so you feel like
he goes like
twitching meat around your thorns.
He goes like, oh yeah, I forgot that I like doing things like this. I'm a little freak.
But yeah, this one is big.
All right.
It's like a 2-pound fish.
Fish.
That was creepy. Good job.
Thanks. I'm tired. Caught a fish now.
Me fucking too.
I'm gonna just like take one of our like little, maybe I'll take a stick and sharpen it and kind of just stick the fish on it and stand it up by our campfire, and I'm gonna go back to sleep.
Yeah, and I think if Clover is awake when you do this, like she can set up like a little. She can get like the little spit roast that goes across the fire.
Yeah, I think she'll
like,
set up, start cooking and smoking like whatever fish that you caught. I'll cook a couple for like Juniper in the morning that she can have immediately when she wakes up, and then I'll start smoking the rest.
I never thought about how good sleep is for hunting animals.
I do the cat thing where you take a defensive sleeping position. So my back's to Clover over at the fire, right? But I'm just like
you're staring like directly at her.
Yeah, I'm like facing this bear.
Yeah, she definitely like she's a little agitated with you like looking at her, but eventually she will like turn and her back and face like the other way. And after like a little while, she's passed the fuck out. This is like another thing that Aurum is familiar probably with is like when a carnivore like gets a really good catch and gorges themselves and passes the fuck out, like she is like completely glutted right now and is like out cold, food coma.
Once I'm sure she's asleep, I'm flopping back into my back and going to sleep.
Yeah, I think this is where you realize that like Juniper, like she curled up, but then in her sleep eventually like ends up on her back.
Yeah.
Like
now we're sleeping the same way.
Like her feet are sticking up, like she's like, and is like she actively like snores, but it has like a little bit of like a she very much honks shoe me's in her sleep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know if Dawn is like, oh my whole family snores like that or what. Like I don't know how disruptive that is, but she's a very loud snorer. And Clapper Claw will like is like gonna sit down and like hang out with you guys and it's just like asking a billion questions about what just happened and like how you caught a bunch of fish and what Clover's doing to them. But yeah,
Yeah.
After a bit of time, is there anything else that anyone wants to do other than go back to sleep for their long rest?
Get that long rest after I set up the fish.
I need that long rest. I got no more spells left.
Yeah. Yeah, after your long rest, which you all do successfully.
Yay!
Dawn, you probably like wake up a little bit before everyone else. Just like everyone's kind of stirring for the day. And like sitting like immediately next to you where you were sleeping, you can see that like Sam is just like there and is like whistling and is like holding your little wooden horse that you've been whittling and is looking at it.
Oh my fucking god.
That's not too bad.
Of course it's not too bad. I made it.
Well, I didn't know you could whittle, but color me impressed.
He like
Too bad.
He'll like make a motion as if he's like scribbling with a pen. Consider yourself colored.
All right, that's a statement that you just made. Not gonna comment on that one. But yeah, it's too bad that your horse is gone. But lovely work.
Yeah.
It looks just like a horse.
She'll be back eventually. Once I, get another spell scroll or something.
Do you want another one?
I'm not gonna. No, not from you.
Why ever not?
Because you're gonna make me do something.
What if I'm not making you do something but rewarding you for something you've already done?
What did I do?
He gestures to, like, the camp all around you. You used your power. You were able to call on your oath that you made with me. And you were able to stop something pretty horrible from happening. And, in doing so, you also helped a being of nature who doesn't really know any better than to hunt and kill. It's not her fault. She doesn't have malice. Well, she's a little malicious, but I think every owl bear is, and also every owl and a lot of bears. So really, like, it's not anything that's like, humanoid intelligence. So,
There's
between...
owl bear in every chihuahua.
Oh, for sure. There's a chihuahua in every owl bear, too.
True.
Between helping her out, communicating her needs, and using that power to also save your friends, especially that one. He's like a little sapling, points to Aurum. I would really rather not see him taken down just yet. I'm kind of interested to see what happens with this whole little fruit thing that I gave him. So just, like, let that play out. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, whatever.
But my point is, you've done what I asked you to do. So would you like to be able to summon a horse again?
Yes, I would.
Or is there some other reward you seem that you'd prefer that is of equal value? I mean, Stilts was lovely. I had tea with Stilts the other day. She's wonderful.
Yeah, what'd she talk about?
We talked about you. She's a little bit frustrated with you that you would betray her like that. I never thought of you as someone who would two-time somebody who was dedicated to you, but here we are. You're a man about town.
I don't even one-time people.
Well, yeah, apparently you go right from no-timing to two-timing, and you've just betrayed her trust and love and affection for you by mounting up onto an owlbear. But that's alright. I think she can be reasoned with. You just need to, get her on board with multiple mounts. But she'll be fine. She'll listen to you. She loves you.
This entire conversation. I actually just despise the whole Yes, I want the horse back.
Alright. I mean, I thought Stilts... I would have loved to tell you more about what Stilts and I discussed over tea, but if you have such a problem with tea and horses, then I'll just cut right to the horses. Here you go. And he hands you, like, a leaf.
I'll take the leaf.
You can see that there's like a little bit of like a golden kind of shimmer to it, and when you look really closely, you can see that there's like arcane sigils written in Sylvan. They don't necessarily say specific words, but like you're like, yeah, that's probably a spell.
What is this,
All
like one
right.
of those spell scrolls or something?
Oh, spell scrolls are so boring. I would never do something as mundane as that.
Oh, well, that means that I am cautious.
You're what? I didn't hear you.
Cautious.
You're cautious because it's not a boring, ugly, average scroll. It's a leaf. This leaf is one of a kind. Leaves are like fingerprints. The little patterns that they have are all different for every leaf on every tree.
Yeah, it's a magic leaf. What do I do with it?
You just read what's on it, and you just cast this. You just do it. What do you mean? What do you do with it? You just do. You just do the spell. You do the magic.
I just read the gibberish on it, and it will cast the spell.
I mean, you just do magic. Like, what is there to? What is hard to understand about that?
Well, because sometimes things need instructions.
If you need instruction on... Well, you probably do need a little bit of instruction on just how to, like, follow your heart and, like, let the wind guide you. You probably cannot do that right now, can you?
No. The fuck is following your heart anyway? The heart stays inside the chest. If I followed my heart, I wouldn't move anywhere.
I don't even really know what to say to that. It's like a turn of phrase, you know, like an idiom. Like your feelings, you kind of like let that instinct, that intrinsic first thought guide you. You don't have to think twice about something. You don't have to analyze it. You just do it and see what happens.
My instincts tell me that I'm falling behind on various papers.
Fuck your papers, they're gone. And you're not getting them back, and I'm gonna make sure of that because the wind listens to me. And I'm gonna tell it not to give you your papers back.
I really need those. Like, when I get out of here, they're gonna ask where the papers went.
What, are they gonna kill you if you don't have your papers?
If it's Sarah.
I mean, it's just like... It's papers. Like, what could they be worth? Like... 10 gold coins?
Well, the paper isn't worth much, but the information on it is, you know, we got some pretty big names, you know. We do banking for, like, rich people, you know. There's guys, Castellaners.
Alright, and what do they do for anybody?
Like...
Do they spread joy into the hearts of the people?
I heard that they're pretty cool.
Do they
throw great
throw
parties.
crazy parties?
Yeah,
Parties with great drinks that have at least
I heard they're pretty cool.
99
You know,
people.
Victoria's pretty big in the church scene. I heard they're gonna have a party or something.
I don't give a fuck about any church or any gods. The gods don't mean anything to me.
Whoa, wasn't Dionysus just at your party, dude?
Okay, so first off, Dionysus is a lovely friend of mine. Please don't speak ill of him. Second of all, you can kind of think... how to explain... alright. So the gods. Who made the gods?
I don't know. The big god?
I mean, I suppose if you were to listen to some sort of, like, arcane theory, someone somewhere could tell you that that's what happened. But what I'm going to tell you is that a god doesn't exist unless you believe in them. And people believe in Dionysus, so Dionysus exists. But before people believed in anything, do you know what they had, and do you know what they did?
Live in caves and invent the wheel.
Before there even were people.
They didn't do anything if there weren't
Before
people.
there were ideas, and there was life, Do you know what life did?
Not exist. Yeah? No?
No, before people existed, and there was just life, all they had to do was feel.
Oh.
And thoughts, and ideas, and belief systems, and all of your little fake money came after that.
Money's not fake.
Dionysus is more like a son to me. He's far younger than me, and frankly, far less powerful. And if everybody just decided tomorrow that they don't believe in revelry and drink and such, he'd be gone. But you might be able to kill an idea. Can you kill joy?
I mean,
Can you
people
kill
say
fear?
I can do it all the time.
Oh, and yet
work in an office.
And yet, you can't see it because you don't have a mirror, but you still are a crowned monarch of the Witchlight Carnival. Crowned for spreading joy. Go figure.
Okay, but that was like
That
a
keeps
cruel
coming
prank.
back.
Cruel prank. I mean, do you think it's a cruel prank that you just saved all of your friends' lives from getting eaten by an owl bear? Do you think it's a cruel prank that your friend Ego was finally able to get a decent night's rest because of what you said to them? And because they thought of your family?
Well, I didn't know about that, but I guess not. How were you aware of that? You just dip and dive all around, don't you?
I certainly do, especially in the Feywild. But anywhere that I feel like sticking my finger in a pie, I kind of just do because I kind of just can. Because as long as there's joy, and as long as there's song, I will always be. And you can't kill that. You can kill an idea. You can get people to stop believing in law. Law, order, chaos, all of those things, people made those up. Those didn't exist before there were people to think of those things. But what has always existed since there has been life on any planet, on any plane, anywhere, has been feeling. Fear, hunger, a drive to procreate, joy. Animals have always felt it. A connection to similar beings, those things have always been there. And so I will always be. And so, Titania, and good old Air and Darkness, all of those archfey, they may call themselves kings or queens or royalty or whatever, but at the end of the day, all they represent is a feeling. Zybilna, she represents a feeling.
Yeah.
And you might not believe it, but you're very, very good at making the people around you feel things, even if you don't feel them yourself. You certainly make me feel frustrated.
No, good. I think you deserve it, because otherwise you're just smug and happy all the time, and it's disconcerting.
Oh, I'm still smug and happy if I'm frustrated, mostly because it's sort of like being faced with a puzzle that I have to figure out, and that's new and different, and I've seen every puzzle.
Me.
Oh, that's just so charming. Well, my point is, you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, and I think you can do more. And if you keep doing more, then I can give you more rewards.
Alright, well, I'm not the type of person to turn down a freebie. You know, freebies are the best way to save money.
Right, and you can think of it like, what's it called? When you, have a shit job, but you do really, really good at that, and then they tell you, hey, you can take on all this other bullshit and make, like, a little bit more money.
Promotions are good.
Right, I'll give you a promotion. I will give you a promotion if I feel satisfied with the quality and caliber of your work.
That's fine by me. I like promotions. I haven't gotten a promotion in like years.
Well, excellent. That's good. And you did do a good thing for Ego. I may have had to give your sister a little bit of a nudge to let her know that he was there, but they had a good time.
Yeah. Speaking of, what's up with Ego's sucky ass mom?
What do you mean?
Ego's sucky mom?
Okay, and?
So, I know you know something about that.
I
the
do.
One that, you know, keeps tormenting them in their dreams with the whole, you know, end of the world shtick.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with that?
Hey, did you remember what I was just saying? About how, like, ideas and all your little thoughts and little structures that you create are kind of like peanuts to feelings.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like the short explanation.
Oh, so she's scared of a feeling. Or
No,
she is a feeling.
she is a feeling. And the person, the thing that Ego was a long time ago was also a feeling. And the two of them were twisted from their initial purpose about as far as you can go. And it kind of went a little haywire. Like a lot haywire. I don't know if I should be telling you this. I don't know if I should be telling you this or if I should let you find it out for yourself.
I was something. I was a fucking freak. I was a weird thing.
If I tell you, you'll know too much. And then you won't be able to figure it out for yourself. But don't you think Ego should be allowed to figure that out for themselves? Because if I tell you what Ego is, or some of the things that Ego has done before they were Ego, and you tell them, what if it's overwhelming? What if they can't take it? What if they haven't steeled their heart?
Alright, yeah, I get what you mean. I gotta tell them to stop being such a baby. And
No, I think Ego's very fragile right now, and I think you should let Ego be fragile. Because sometimes something needs to be broken for it to grow back a little bit stronger.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If I get them to stop being such a baby when they figure it out, they won't cry and whine about it.
You can't just force a broken bone to not be broken anymore.
Yes, you can. It's called using magic. I've seen people do it all the time here.
This isn't something that magic's just going to heal. I mean, you could use, like, calm emotions, and it might help for, like, a little bit, but that's not permanent. This isn't something that you can just do away with magic. It's...
I have mental illness, Dawn. I
There's-
Oh my
have
God.
mental illness.
Mental illness is not real. It's just what
We
you...
can't lesser restoration depression
It's
away.
just what you fucking baby adventurers use to keep from saving the world like you should. Back
Well,
in
we
my
had a-
day.
Well, if we had a
Still
cleric with
have
regeneration,
school.
we could
That's all
regrow my.
school.
If we had a cleric with regeneration, we could regrow my brain into one that doesn't have messed up stuff in it. But we don't have that.
You don't have that. Yeah, this is the kind of injury that you can't fix with magic. If your friends get hurt physically, that's fine, but this isn't really like a physical injury. This one's emotional. So those you can't fix with magic. And you should probably just let him ride it out. It's good that you're there to kind of be the voice of reason and everything for them. I mean, I think of this group, you're probably the only one that has an ounce of that, even though I find it abhorrent. But you little mortals need that kind of thing or else you go loony. It's kind of cute when you go loony, but you know.
Yeah, you would think so.
You can be a little gentle to Ego. Just don't tell them they have to stop being a... Well, you could try. I don't know if it's going to help, though.
They can stop being a little bit.
A little bit. For a time.
I mean, I think Clover needs the advice more, but if you just tell her to stop being a pussy, she'll cry. And it's kind of all she is, the whole...
Yeah, that's true. Look at that. You're right. Yeah. I think it's sort of like,
It's dawn in 3 minutes.
What you had mentioned before to Ego about, like, alright, maybe nobody cared about you before, but people could care about you now. More about, like, the latter, and focusing on, like, that, Like, if they have something to look forward to, I think that could help them. It's not just about, like, get over your feelings, put them in a little box, and, like, let your logic rule. That's... I don't know how to tell you, but that's literally not going to work for Ego.
That's how I do it.
Okay, right, but we're not all fucked up like you.
Maybe the world would be the world would be a better place if we were.
Perhaps it would be better by whatever weird fucked up measure you have, but it certainly would be less happy and joyful and exciting.
I'm not taking that from the guy who just said it's funny when people go insane.
Well, it's, you can, that you can cure people of. You can cure people of that one specifically, but it's sometimes funnier to just watch what they do instead. Right. It's like, like when you give a little cat catnip and they, like, roll around and then they run and then they pass out. It's sort of just like watching a little cat with catnip. It's... All I'm saying is that just redirecting, letting her feel those things, but, like, productive,
I'll try.
It certainly won't do bollocks for her in the long run, because, well, there are things that have happened that need to be dealt with, but I'm not going to explain those to you right now, because I don't really feel like it.
Yeah, yeah, the mystery and whatever.
Would you like a grand reveal? Would you like the curtain to be pulled back on destiny and fate?
It's not my business. Not yet, anyway.
Even if it was your curtain? Your destiny, your fate?
Weren't you literally just the guy who was like, oh, it would be so fun if you figure this out later? And aren't I supposed to be down for the whimsy and sunshine?
Yes.
So I say, I don't know. I'll figure it out when I'm supposed to figure it out, not when some freak-ass...
You passed the test.
Super Satyr tells me.
Good job. I'm so proud of you. He, like, goes to, like, grab your head and give you, like, a little forehead kiss.
Pulling head away.
I am so proud of you. You chose correctly. You chose so correctly.
Yay.
Well, enjoy your leaf. Have fun with that.
I will enjoy my leaf.
Good luck with the owl bear. Who do you think's gonna get
the owl bear?
Who do you think's gonna get eaten first?
Walking up to the owl bear.
It's definitely gonna eat Clover first.
I thought it was gonna be like her little pet. She has that sort of little star creature, like a little cat, but it's like...
Maybe if she tries hard enough, but it definitely wants to eat her. Maybe it's like enemies to companions.
That would be very interesting. If it ate her...
I don't think it would get more nutrients. I think it'd just get diabetes, to be honest.
Oh, she does sort of look like a little treat, doesn't she?
Well, that sparkle dust that comes off of her,
She can't help it. Don't be racist. She's a fairy. She was a fairy.
She was a fairy.
I'm Just saying.
She was a fairy.
Well,
Are you gonna go now? We're gonna
do you
wake
want
up
me?
and-
Do you want me to go?
Yes, because if they're gonna wake up and they're gonna be like, "Oh my god, how was your day?" And then you're gonna start talking to them, and you're gonna be here longer than I want you to be.
Oh, I think I'm going to stay then, since you don't want me here. And I'll like walk down cross-legged.
You know what? Fine. I'll just pretend you don't exist.
Yeah, you like look out over your companions and you can see like they're all stirring and waking up.
I'm going to the owl bear as soon as I wake up.
Don't antagonize the owl bear first thing in the morning.
I ignore Dawn and I go to the owl bear.
She's asleep.
I swear to gods, I will use my little smite thingy and hit
Sit
you over
down.
the head with it.
I sit down on the ground next to the owl bear.
Honk shoo, me. She's passed the fuck out.
I'm also gonna cast Speak with Animals.
What does it look like when you cast Speak with Animals?
I think my eyes glow like a sparkly gold, and as I speak, spores, like gold spores, come out of my mouth and drift over to her, and then make her eyes glow gold as well.
Nice. What do you say to her?
Wake up.
Listen here, you little.
You do that shit again, I'll fucking kill you. No.
This is for Rachel. You stupid ass.
This is for Rachel,
Yes.
you stupid ass bitch.
Yes. But I think, I do think that mine, I'm specifically now speaking owlbear, and I am not.
Oh yeah, no,
I'm not
yeah,
intelligent enough.
You're literally just like making noises.
Yeah. Hey,
Pray. Food?
wake up. Hey,
Oh,
hey.
you
Can I ask you a question?
bite me?
No.
What do you want?
Have you ever actually hunted for your own food?
Hunt? Yes.
Like in the woods, or just like when you went into the tent?
When I was a little cub, mother, hunting with mother.
Okay, how about this? Instead of you doing that again, and us having to fight, when I go hunting for our food, we can go hunting for your food too. Together.
We hunt.
We hunt together, like when you hunted with your mother.
We hunt each other.
No, we hunt food, we hunt other things together as a group.
You can see she turns and looks over at like Clover's tent.
Not-
We hunt prey.
Not them. Not them. They're off limits. Anything else.
Not prey.
I point at each of them. Not prey.
Ooh.
I'll help you as long as you don't hurt them.
We hunt like mother and cub.
Yes.
Ooh. All right. We hunt.
Okay. Good.
When I'm stronger, challenge you. Show you dominance. Fight you.
Eventually.
I'm stronger. I'm bigger.
Well, you're not stronger yet, but you will be, I'm
Ooh.
sure.
Stronger now.
Not
Was
yet.
hungry. Was tired. No food days. Master, green. Picked up, flew away. Ran. No food.
Baby.
Well, listen. Well, we're not gonna let that happen again. We'll go hunting together. We'll be friends, okay? Pat it on the head.
It like
Rub
recoils
its
its head
feathers.
back. We hunt.
Okay. No hard
Can-
feelings.
Can I bring one of the fish I cooked last night over to Juniper as like a peace offering?
She smells it.
Breakfast or snack
Prey
before?
brings food.
Not
You
prey.
hear you.
Not
know.
prey.
Not prey brings food.
Yes.
I'll put
Friends.
it down.
We're all friends,
I'll
not
put-
prey.
I don't know, probably two fish to start the morning at her feet.
Ooh, she's like looking up, like kind of like she has like that protective stance over her food and is like looking up at
I'll
Aurum.
back up.
It's yours. I don't want it.
And then she like devours the fish.
All right, guys. I made a deal with the owl bear.
Like fish. Master
What?
gives fish.
Oh. What?
She
What?
likes fish.
Oh, good. I'll try to give her fish every morning before you guys go hunting, so she's not so grumpy.
This Clover is going to try to give you more of the fish.
Prey hunts?
Not prey.
Not
Prey.
prey. Not prey.
Hunts.
Hunts?
Yes.
Not prey hunts for fish.
Yes. We will
Oh.
hunt for bigger things.
Yes. Not prey hunts for fish.
Yes.
Ugly owl bear hunts with me.
Who, me? You talking about me?
You're very ugly. No feathers.
That's
Got
all right.
mange.
Well, I'll prove it. I'll prove to you I'm a good hunter later.
Too skinny.
I'm strong. I'm fast.
Too skinny, no feathers.
I put
No
you in a
beak.
headlock, so what are you gonna do about it? Nothing.
She gets up onto like her hind legs and looks down at you. She's like 12 feet when she stands up, like all the way. Ugly owl bear.
We
no
hunt
feathers.
together. We hunt together.
No beak.
Teeth.
Ugly.
Ah.
Teeth. Ah. She like opens her beak and there's like serrated, like you know how like birds of prey have those like the edges of their beak are all serrated. It's like that, and it like turns into like sharp molars at the back of her mouth.
Whoa, you got cool teeth.
Wrong teeth. Predator.
Also predator, just different predator teeth.
Ugly.
That's okay. We'll hunt together, and you'll see that I'm not so ugly anymore. Friends.
Okay.
Okay.
Friends?
Friends.
Okay.
Yes.
Ooh.
Who?
She like headbutts you. Like it's like a friendly headbutt, but it like sends you staggering back. She's very big.
I'll headbutt back. Accepting headbutt.
It's mostly feathers. Like
Yeah.
it's yeah.
I'm like trying to be careful of the hordes.
Small and ugly owl bear. Friends and together.
Yeah. She thinks I'm an owl bear.
You must
That
be
makes
pretty
sense.
ugly as an owl bear.
That's what she says. We're gonna
Is there
hunt
any-
together, though. We're friends.
Oh yeah.
Is there anything anyone else would like to do as you come out of this long rest?
No, I just make sure that I have my spells prepped for. I just switch one spell.
Nice.
Are we leaving the are we just keeping her off the yoke now? Are we just leaving the chariot?
No. What reason is there to leave the chariot?
Well, who's gonna pull the chariot then?
Can we not just hook her back up?
Well, don't we need to get...
If she's going to go hunt in the woods, are we
Well,
not putting her back on the
I mean, we could go hunt right now and then
right.
get about our business. I mean, the food will last.
Yeah, if I can preserve the food. Whatever excess you guys get, I can preserve for the next day. But also, like you guys are probably gonna be gone for a couple hours, but we should also figure out how we're gonna get across the river. I can get across. I can't carry anyone though.
I mean, I can teleport, maybe. Or I don't know. I'd have to see how far across it is.
I could swim.
You can
I'll just
Well.
walk. It's not moving me.
I think as you all are figuring out how you're going to get yourselves, possibly a horse at some point, and definitely like an almost full-size owlbear plus chariot plus a little scarecrow kid across some rivers, that's where we're going to call it for the night. And we will come back to that in 2 weeks' time to see how you all decide to deal with that.
Oh yeah, we're off.
We are off next
Right,
week
it's
for
Thanksgiving.
American Thanksgiving. Because I'm gonna be full of mashed potatoes and probably asleep.
Hell yeah.
We're having Thanksgiving at my house for the first time ever.
Ooh, nice.
I'm just gone. Goodbye.
Yeah. For sure. Well, hey.
I haven't heard that much news about Thanksgiving here, so I'm hoping that nobody comes and we just make a whole bunch of dishes for ourselves.
Nice.
No sharing, yeah.
Well, I hope that everybody has a great Thanksgiving next week, or just a regular, like, Thursday. Regardless, I'm grateful for all of you. I'm very thankful for the players who have fun with me and do stupid stuff in the Feywild. And I'm very thankful for viewers who are watching this now or in the future. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to check out Little Dragon Court, Cardboard Castle Games, Sirenscape, our Discord, subscribe on our YouTube, like and follow and do all that stuff, and check us out on Twitter. What else am I missing, Kristy?
That's about it.
Alrighty. Well, Gosh, okay. So, the next time you are fighting for your life wrestling an owlbear that wants to eat your friends,
Fair.
Don't forget to add your proficiency bonus.
Hey.
We'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right.
Bye.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye.